OK, bonne soirée à tous et bienvenue à cette audience publique du Comité de dérogation pour la Ville d'Ottawa. Welcome everyone to the Committee of Adjustment hearing for the City of Ottawa. The Committee of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial tribunal appointed by City Council to make decisions on certain types of applications under the Planning Act, notably minor variances and consents, among others. My name is Anne Tremblay, and I will be chairing this hearing today. With me are my fellow panel members, Mr. Colin White, Mr. Scott Hindle, Ms. Julia Markovich, and Ms. Kathleen Willis. Also with us tonight, and these things cannot happen without their dedication and their support and their assistance. And those are our Secretary Treasurer, Mr. Michel Benmont, along with the coordinators who make the magic happen, Ms. Cheryl Williams. Cheryl's with us this evening. Ms. Emily Byers. Ms. Mandy Nguyen. And also Ms. Maddie Harriman Fernandez. I believe that's our staff, our committee staff for this evening. And actually, no, I guess Ms. Cheryl Williams is happily in acting position, so not a coordinator. So my apologies for that. Just want to make a couple of statements, announcements. Do know that this hearing is being video conferenced and live streamed on YouTube. And the video will be archived along with a copy of the agenda for this evening on the city's website. So if you want to find any of that information, it's at your fingertips. If you have any issues, please don't hesitate in contacting committee staff for some assistance on that. Some information that might be of assistance. The committee has a fairly narrow jurisdiction with regards to what we can deal with on behalf of the city. So, for example, we really can't deal with any aspects of a minor variance application or any application where it's not squarely before us. So in other words, if there's an element about a proposal that may be of concern, but is not the subject of any element of the application, minor variance, for example, in those cases, the committee can't deal with those issues because they're not before us to make any kind of determination. We also can't really talk about anything with regards to noise, pollution, property maintenance, property values. We treat all applications as if no construction has occurred. So in other words, prosecution for illegal construction, that's not part of our consideration. We will not entertain any negative comments either about neighbors, agents, applicants, anyone involved in these proceedings. So please, we'd like to maintain full respect for everybody who's participating. And if during our discussions we find that either an additional minor variance or greater relief from the zoning bylaw is required on a minor variance, in those cases, we need to adjourn that item and then step it down to a future meeting of the committee in order to allow proper circulation of whatever that change to the application is. So on that, I guess the next part has to do with our statutory public notification requirements. It's regulation under the Planning Act. Everyone is who has an application and wants the committee to deal with it needs to have a statutory declaration on file in order for us to hear that application. So typically, when we were in person, these were statutory declarations that were provided to our coordinators in hard copy. Today, it is still possible to do that. We have one application this evening where there is a statutory declaration that's been submitted. For all others, we're going to have to do a solemn, administer an oath or a sworn declaration with all of the applicants or agents or owners that we will be hearing from this evening. Okay, with respect to quorum, if we lose quorum for whatever reason, quorum is 3 out of the 5 or 5 tonight. So generally pretty safe that we're going to be able to maintain quorum. But if for whatever reason we lost quorum, then we would try and resolve any technical issues there are. If we can't do that, we simply step down the items that haven't been heard to the next meeting of the committee. Okay, in terms of process, so you all saw at the very beginning, there was very long list of items for this evening. I think we have 22 items. I don't know if that's a record, but it's got to be close. So typically what happens is the agenda is simply put together on the basis of which applications come in first. So whatever's in, it's in the order of receipt of the application. So what we've been doing since we've been online is to try and fast track some applications and to hear others in the full presentation. We're going to do that tonight. Not a lot of it, by the way. We are going to stick to the order. What really will complicate things this evening is that we have, I'm going to tell you, over half a dozen adjournment requests. So we're going to have to deal with those, and that will poke a few holes in the order of the remaining items. So that said, once your application is called down for discussion, we will ask you either to do a presentation or we will simply go to a fast track, which is to simply ask questions. So what I do is I provide an opportunity to the remainder of the panel members to ask some questions about the application in order to find out more about it. And that's in cases where we don't have a presentation. Even in a case with presentation, though, the panel members can also ask additional questions to get some clarifications from the presenter, whether that's the landowner or the agent. It doesn't really matter. So from there, once we've had that portion, we will go to the speakers list. I have a speakers list. Not all items have names for them, but for those where we have people, I will call down those people to present to the panel. And then I will open it up to anyone who's not on the list, because even if you're not on the list, doesn't mean that you can't speak. Of course you can, but in those cases, I will need to get your full name and your municipal address in order to get that on the record so that we have it. The committee can then ask you a few questions about your concerns or your comments in order to understand really what the scope or the complexity of your concern is. Once all of that is done, the committee then will deliberate and make a decision. And in terms of decisions, we can make oral decisions and we can reserve on our decisions. So what happens is we can either obviously approve or we can deny your application. We can choose if we find that there's greater relief required or another minor variance. We can then adjourn even at that point. If we find that we've had a lot of new evidence provided to us by somebody who's approached us to speak and it doesn't have, for example, a written submission into us as well, in those cases, we may decide to to reserve, I misspoke, to reserve on that particular item in order to deliberate further on the complexities of that application. And that doesn't mean that we don't make a decision. This evening, we would make that decision before we fully adjourn the hearing. So, and in that case, you will get not an oral decision, but you will get the written decision. In all cases, a written decision is circulated within 10 days of the hearing, and it contains the reasoning of the panel's decision on the matter. All decisions of the committee are subject to a 20-day appeal period, during which time the decisions can be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Okay, a couple of other things, got some business to take care of before we get into the adjournments, which will be the first order of business after our admin. So first thing, Ms. Kathleen Willis, who is on our panel, will at times be off camera. Doesn't mean that she is not listening. She is fully present, but needs to be on off camera for personal reasons. We also, because of the length of our agenda this evening, we're going to play it by ear, but if we find that we are still needing a number of hours to finalize the full agenda, we will likely take a break. We'll time it based on where we are in the discussion, somewhere between 8:30 and 8:45, and that will be a 10-minute break that we will call. But like I said, we're going to play it by ear. We'll see how we're doing. Then I've got the next item is declarations of conflict of interest. So now's the time for anyone on the panel to declare either on tonight's panel or on any other agendas of either panel 1 or panel 3. So Mr. White, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to declare interest on an item on panel 3 agenda today. Was item number 7, I believe, on their agenda relating to 143 Salisbury that would be in the village of Carp. I did some work on that project, and for that reason I wish to declare interest on that one.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. Anyone else? All right, not seeing any others, we're going to move on to the approval of minutes. We have 3 hearing minutes to approve. So do I have a mover for the minutes of November 3rd? Ms. Markovich, seconded by Mr. White. So those are carried. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of November 17th? Ms. Willis, seconded by Mr. Hindle. So those are carried. And I need a motion for the approval of the minutes on December 8th. Mr. Hindle, seconder. Ms. Willis. So that is also carried. Okay. All right. Moving on to the agendas. Or sorry, the agendas. Yes, the agenda, the adjournments. And like I said, we have multiple adjournments. So let's start with number 1, which is for 1127 Avignon Court. And I believe I'm looking for Mr. Budzik.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Budzik. So my understanding is that there is a request for adjournment by staff on this one, and there's agreement by yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. I did discuss with Ms. Cully with respect to their concerns, and they seem to be entirely, I should say, fixable. to be clear, it does have to do with the fact that we're proposing a townhouse, which would require a 0-meter setback between the two, but technically the proposed lot could accommodate a single detached. And so without any assurance that we're not building a single detached, section 138 of the zoning bylaw, which permits that 0-meter setback, may not come into play. So it's a bit of an interesting situation, and we'll be sure to resolve it.
All right, so Mr. Budzik, we're going sine die.
I had asked to adjourn it to the next possible date, if possible.
All right, if you need a minor variance, then that means at the very least, I'm going to say February, and I'm going to need some help here from probably our secretary treasurer, but I'm thinking February 16th or March 2nd is probably safer if we were to actually peg a date for this.
We are actually targeting no minor variance, if possible. We have a solution that we propose to staff, but it will require further discussions with the secretary treasurer, deputy secretary treasurer, or yourselves. But I don't want to take too much of your time tonight.
Yeah,
we think we have a solution, but
Mr. Budzik, I still want to give enough time that should you be convinced otherwise, that we're not back into another adjournment. And we have a number of speakers on this item for tonight. So will, Mr. Belmar, will February 16th work, or are we better to go to March 2nd on this?
Madam Chair, if there's no recirculation required, February 16th is certainly a doable date.
Is it doable even if there is a recirculation requirement?
If a recirculation is required, we would need to have all the information in by January 24th at the very latest in order to be able to recirculate. The public notice needs to go out by February 1st. So the agent would need to keep that in mind. That would mean approximately 12 days from now. If that's something that they're able to commit to, then February 16th is possible. The other option, as you say, Madam Chair, is March 2nd.
All right. So, Mr. Budzik, do you have a meeting? Have you already got meetings set up with the city to talk about this?
I presented a concept plan to the planner, but we recognize that there are further discussions that are required. So if my understanding is correct, then if a minor variance were indeed required, that would have to be submitted by January 24th in order to get on the February 16th agenda. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing as well.
Correct.
Okay. We would be agreeable to this.
16. Ms. Cully, I see that you're the planner on file. Are you good with that date? Or would you recommend more time? Would you recommend the March 2nd? I guess I'm looking for you to weigh in on this.
Through you, Madam Chair, it doesn't seem like minor variance will be required so long as the site plan is provided and we're able to review it with enough time. So the February 16th should be fine, so long as the minor variance is not required.
Excellent. Okay, members of the committee, any questions from you? Nope. All right. Then I'm going to make a call out to the public. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak either for or against this adjournment request? All right, I'm not seeing any. So all those in favor on the panel to adjournment to February 16th. All right, for the record, the decision is, the adjournment is granted to February 16 unanimously. All right. Thank you, Mr. Budzik, and we will see you again soon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, Mr. Budzik, just
Yes.
wanted to make one point. So we did see that there was an awful lot of people on this application that wanted to speak. It's a good opportunity between now and the 16th or even the 24th when you're revising your plans to meet with those. I don't know if you've done that, but certainly see if you can reach out to some of those neighbors and maybe address some of the concerns. You certainly have seen the file at this point, I would imagine, right?
Certainly, Madam Chair. I did speak to the immediate neighbor adjacent to the property as well as across the street when I was posting the signs. We had a good chat on the property about what we're proposing. I felt that we had a good discussion about the fact that the property does comply with the lot area and lot width requirements. But I do recognize that there was also several letters of opposition that were received. So we will make an effort to reach out to the community to discuss while also trying to address these issues as per the adjournment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Budzik. That's all we can ask from you. So with that, we're on to the next adjournment request, which is number 7 and 8. My understanding is on 7 and 8 that the agent is not present. Just want to confirm that Mr. Matthew Firestone, I believe, is not in attendance. And I'm just going to ask the coordinators to have a quick look and correct me if that's wrong. So on that, then our understanding is that there were some concerns in any event from staff on this, from Ms. Cully. Although it wasn't an adjournment request, this came in at the last minute. So we have a request from the agent that it be adjourned sine die. I'm not going to ask the panel members if they have any questions because I'm not sure we would have the answers necessarily unless staff would. So with that, I'm going to just make a call out to the public. Is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against this adjournment request? We didn't have any speakers on this item, so not surprised. So with that then, members of the panel, all those in favor of an adjournment sine die on this application. All right, so the adjournment is granted, and for the record, that's unanimously. So we will, I guess, get this application back in due course. So excellent. On to application number 9, which is for 2730 Fenton Road. And I believe I'm looking for Ms. Alchawa. Ms. Alchawa, I see your name.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, so Ms. Alchawa, you're aware that staff has requested an adjournment on
Yes,
this application?
we're aware, and I did speak with Ms. Cully yesterday, and as noted in her report and as discussed with her, our primary concern at this point is to ensure that our footprint of the proposed addition will be permitted in the location and at the size that we have. And so if the committee is willing to hear our application tonight and that a decision would not be tied to the plans in a way that we'd still be able to make revisions through site plan control, we would like to proceed just so that, again, we have confirmation that that footprint of the addition would be able to move forward for the application. And when I spoke with Ms. Cully, she said it would obviously be up to you guys.
Right. Ms. Ochoa, where are you in the site plan control process?
We will be submitting next Friday.
Submitting the application?
Yes, the project architect has reviewed the development. That's how the two variances that we're requesting were identified. I reviewed it as well myself. But the building expansion, it's partially a prefab building that there's an order and a deposit we pay. So we would like to confirm sooner rather than later that footprint is actually acceptable, and especially before we make some finalizing some details regarding the grading and other things on the lot for site plan control. Because if we can't have these two variances approved in location at those 2 yards, it's going to change what we do for the rest of the site, basically.
I would imagine that you've already had this discussion with the planner, but from our standpoint, the site plan control process actually leads and the minor variance process catches up with the site plan. Typically, that's the way that we handle some of these applications. So in your case, you haven't even got the site plan application in yet. So I'm, kind of thinking at this point that we have no idea, right? So we'd really be flying blind and hoping that process will literally validate everything that you're proposing. Because otherwise, if that's not the case, then there's likely to be changes to what it is that you're proposing. So I guess in my experience, it's better to get you into that site plan process and get some feedback from all of the technical agencies, because that's what that process is about, right? It's about circulating to technical agencies that will look at the site plan proposal in its sort of comprehensively. So, all right. So I hear what you're saying. So you'd rather have us listen to it this evening, but I need to hear from my fellow panel members. So need to get some feedback from you, Mr. Hindle. Let's start with you.
Sure. Yeah, I think I would lean towards at least wanting to see a first circulation of the site plan before we move forward. I understand, process. Sometimes it's best to at least do them in parallel for expediency, but I would at least, I think, want to see a first round before we jump into signing off on something that may or may not even be acceptable from a site plan perspective.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hindle. I'm not sure what's going on with your mic, though. We were having some difficulty hearing you. At least I was. I'm not sure if anybody else was. Ms. Markovich?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would concur with our colleagues. I think it'd be more appropriate to wait until that process has been initiated before making a decision on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Markovich. Ms. Willis?
I understand the request of the applicant, and so I'm kind of on the fence. I think under the circumstances, I'd be prepared to hear it tonight, recognizing that it's at the applicant's risk that she might be back again with either amendments or further revisions. So I'd be prepared to hear it tonight.
All right, thank you, Ms. Willis. Mr. White? Oh, Mr. White, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm inclined to agree with. I see the issue here. I see the problem. I'm wondering if there has been any pre-consultation between the proponent and city staff in terms of the principle of the minor variances that are presented here. In other words, has this been discussed, and is there somewhat of a comfort level? If there has been some comfort level established, I would not have a problem in hearing the application tonight.
Right, on the minor variance application, we have a staff report that essentially, the Committee of Adjustment Planner is of the opinion that an adjournment is their recommendation. So if you're asking if they've had pre-consultation on the site plan, that's a different matter.
That's where I'm coming from. Has there been some discussion of the principle of the variances with the people that will be dealing with the site plan application of the city.
Right. So Ms. Solchawa.
Yes, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. You knew what you were going to be asked, so go ahead.
Yes, like we of course did the required pre-consultation meeting, and when it was discovered that we were going to need the 2 variances, we did approach the file lead planner, who said that we would need to contact the committee of adjustment planner to discuss the variances and see what they thought on that. So she's aware. And so that's what we did. And we had, I had provided a plan and had some discussions earlier on with Ms. Cully before we submitted these applications. And then again, I spoke with her once we saw the adjournment request, and we do get, like, we feel better now knowing like that staff has said they don't have an issue with our variances proposed, and that the adjournment was related to just the fact that we are going in for site plan as well. But as I noted earlier, the issue was mainly about that proposed footprint and the size in the location on the lot. And if that wouldn't ultimately be approved, it would change what we're going to do for our site plan control application. So that's kind of where we are, but we do appreciate now having on record from staff ultimately that they don't have issues with the variances. So
a couple of things, Ms. Solchawa. So we only know about 2 that you need right now, but you haven't gone through site plan control. Mm-hmm. So there could be additional minor variances. Typically, the committee does not deal with these things piecemeal, right? We want to deal with a package of minor variances to understand them. So that's number 1. Second thing is, we need to confirm with you, how many of the feasibility reports have you done for this? Have you done the drainage report? Have you done that? So how many of those reports are actually ready to go right now and for submission with your application?
The the stormwater management and service report has to be finalized, but they've confirmed that the design works. All of that was done before now. The last remaining, the geotechnical report's done. The planning brief is finished. We've pretty much finished up the design brief. I'm just waiting for a couple of the renderings with the massing to go into it. The only item I should say that I have not seen at all is the landscape plan.
All right. Ms. Solchawa, were all of those reports discussed in your pre-consultation with the site plan planner?
Yes, they're all items that were required by the city that came out of our pre-consultation meeting.
Okay, so they check marked what you needed. But did you go through all of the things, the reports to date, and where you are and the findings? Like, did you go? So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is your discussion with that site planner, was it just, here's the 2 minor variances you need, and here's a checklist of the reports that you have to do? Or did you go into far more detail about all of that? That's what I'm trying to get.
No, we did not go into detail about the complete application materials at that time. No.
All right. So it was really a discussion, pre-consultation discussion isolated on the 2 minor variances.
Yes.
All right. So not really a site plan discussion. Mr. White, I see your hand is up.
Madam Chair, having heard that and thought about it, I'm inclined to follow Mr. Hendel's suggestion that maybe we can have this brought on partway through the site plan process once the city planners who are tasked with the review of the site plan have established a sort of a reasonable comfort level. And at the same time, I think that taking that approach, there is a way where both processes can come to a completion together. I'm not sure that the approval of a minor variance tonight necessarily speeds up the process in any way, but if we can deal with it partway through the site plan review process, and I think that'll work for both the applicant and the city.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. That's, as you know, that's sort of been our approach. Ms. Willis.
I actually, on reflection as well, given that the applicant has some comfort level based on staff going on record that they don't have a problem with it, that if that brings her comfort, then I also am okay with adjourning it for a reasonably short period of time.
All right. Well, I think that sort of wraps up where our positions are, which is great, which then leads me to the very next point, which is to get the audience's take on this. I don't have any speakers for this item. Is there anyone in the audience? Oh, Mr. White, is your hand up again? Or just, okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak either for or against this adjournment request? Okay, not seeing any. In that case, I believe we are going to do an adjournment. We're going to do sine die, or we can go to, oh, let's do sine die then. All right, okay. All right, all those in favor? All right, for the record, the adjournment is granted sine die, and that's unanimous. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Altawa, and we will see you again shortly, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Okay, oh, yeah. All right, the next one is number 12. It's for 320 Mona Avenue. Mr. Ahmed is the agent noted on the file here.
Good evening, Madam Chair, panel members. My
Good
name
evening,
is
Mr.
Yeah.
Did you want to introduce yourself and everyone with you this evening?
Sure, if I have to. My name is Jacques Hamel from HDMP. This is Lucas Tardioli, our technician, and Rachel, who is a co-op student from Carleton. We're giving them a little bit of taste of what goes on here.
All right, so Rachel, I'm going to ask you what your family name is for the record.
Oh, sorry.
Rachel Boudreau.
All right, thank you very much. With that, Mr. Abel, you're going to speak to this item?
Well, okay. We agree to the adjournment request by planning.
All right, okay. And is that then a sine die, or have you? Yes.
We feel that we are in a position to ask for the earliest next hearing date possible. We have some solutions, and we've been in pretty close communication with Lucy and Nancy Young. Lucy, the lead planner on the C of A. Our clients are, the owners are also hoping to be able to chat with them on this file. We've addressed every point except the tree. We're at a bit of a discussion point on the retention of the two existing distinct trees. And that's the only sticking point, or the only point to be still discussed. So we feel we should be able to resolve that between now and the next hearing if there's room for us to be heard then.
All right, so Mr. Hamel, I read the staff report. There are a number of concerns regarding possibly missing minor variances, some design issues. So kind of looking at this thinking, sine die would be the most prudent, would give you time to work through all of those things, or we can find a date. That said, Ms. Ramirez, are you able to join us for this discussion, please?
Hello, Madam Chair.
Hello, Ms. Ramirez. So in considering, so we're going to go with an adjournment. So now we're trying to figure out what the best course of action here is. If we were to go with a date in the future, we've already heard from our Secretary Treasurer that January 24th is the do or die date, that everything has to be sewn up completely. So including so all discussions concluded, revised plans in, you name it, the whole ball of wax. So in your opinion, given where you are in the discussions right now, is a February 16th or a March 2nd date more likely to be?
February 16th date, if no additional minor variances are needed, works.
So have you and Mr. Hamel and his team have plans to meet in the foreseeable future?
We haven't set up another meeting. We did meet I want to say earlier in this week. The days are all blurring together, but we did go over the plans that they submitted revised plans that showed that they had addressed most of the minor variances that I had pointed out were required. And as Mr. Hamel has noted, the trees remain the major outstanding issue in how to protect those distinctive trees.
So Ms. Ramirez, are you telling me that you've had a chance to really digest and understand how those minor variance issues are being resolved?
Yes.
You do? All right. Okay. In which case, I think I'm hearing February 16th would work. Mr. Iman, that means that you would need to have all of your materials in by the 24th at the very latest. Is that something you can do?
I think 99% of them have already been prepared. Just go over them one more time to make sure technically it all makes sense. And as Lucy and Ms. Ramirez indicated, the only sticking point are the two trees. We have in the office found a solution to that as well. It just remains, I think, one more shot at deliberating this with the owner this time present, with Ms. Ramirez and Ms. Young.
All right.
And set that up in the next few days. That we'd be happy to do that. I guess it would depend on Ms. Ramirez's and Ms. Young's calendar, but we're able to meet right away.
All right. Thank you. That said, opening it up for questions from the panel on this adjournment. Anything from anyone? Okay. From the audience, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak either for or against this adjournment request to February 16th? All right, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. So all those in favor of the adjournment to February 16th? For the record, the adjournment is approved unanimously. So Mr. Hamel, we will see you and your team on the 16th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're on to the next one. Looking for, so it's applications number 17 and 18. Yep, 17 and 18. Looking for Mr. Bays. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Well, Mr. Bays, you are aware that there is a request, and I believe, was it your request for an adjournment on this?
No, I do not believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay, so this would have come from staff. To be honest with you, let me think here. Okay, you know what? I think we need to speak with Ms. Ramirez. I think this is one where we read the report. And Ms. Willis, I think you were the one who helped us identify this.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that it looks from the staff report that a further variance is required. And so I just wanted clarification from Ms. Ramirez if that is the case, and if so, why there isn't an adjournment request from staff.
Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you for the question. The plans are showing that the interior lot is not complying with the rear yard setback. However, as this is a minor variance application for lot width and lot area, this panel doesn't typically tie those minor variances to the plans filed. And so there's still time to make those changes post approval. Yeah.
So Mr. Bays, am I hearing that you've agreed to make those changes to the site plan so that you're not back in front of us asking for another minor variance?
That's exactly it, Madam Chair. So the plans that were submitted were based on our preliminary zoning review in collaboration with our client. Ms. Ramirez did point out an additional provision that required, I think our math was about 47 centimeters of rear yard setback, and that would in fact the interior building. But as was noted, right, we're requesting variances for lot area, lot width related to the buildings, and our clients agreed that adjustment to the building envelope is preferable to an additional variance in this case.
any other questions on Ms. Willis on this?
No, no, I'm happy with that.
Anybody else from the panel? All right, in which case, no longer an adjournment, back into our to be heard pile. So we will see you a little bit, well, maybe a lot later, Mr. Bays on this. We've got quite a bit. So we'll
I'll
see
go
you.
brew some coffee, Madam Chair.
You can get me some too while you're at it. Okay, so we'll see you a little bit later, and we're going to move on with the next one. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're now on to number 19 for 2865 E Walkley Road. I believe I'm looking for Mr. Leal on this. Mr. Leal, I actually see two boxes for you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
And I'm getting, honestly, I'm getting a cannot start video repeat message. I apologize. I don't know what's going on.
It's not absolutely necessary, Mr. Leal.
Thank you.
All right, so you're aware that staff has asked for an adjournment on this application?
Yes, I had a detailed conversation today with Christina Cully. Her comments, it took me a while to understand them. I was behind the curve, but she's exactly correct. The issue here is I believe it's a technical concern over the fact that the retained lands on this, not the part we're buying, but there is a split zoning down the middle. The other side is RU, and it requires a minimum lot width. This is the C, we're taking a small portion of the CN main line rail corridor. It will never be used as a house. So there were 2 points, and I emailed her but could not hear from Christina. I am prepared to agree to the adjournment, and we will bring a minor variance to allow the fact that part of the corridor is RU and has a minimum lot width. It doesn't meet the lot width now because it is the main via rail line. I wanted, and I asked Christina by email but did not hear from her, would she be prepared to agree that we can proceed with the hearing on the basis that there would be a condition that we would obtain the minor variance, which would allow the retained lands not to be burdened with the requirement of a minimum lot width, because of course it is a 40-meter long, 150-mile. It's broken into different parcels, but it's the rail line. And I hadn't heard from Christina, and I don't know, I assume she got my email, and she may want to comment now.
All right, so Ms. Cully. Have you had a chance to, so I understand you had a long discussion with Mr. Leal sometime today?
Through him, I'm sure, yes.
And then even after that, Mr. Leal sent you an email. You had a chance to look at that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I received the email between the time that I left the computer for an hour and then came back for the committee meeting, so I did not have a chance to review that email yet.
All right, so Mr. Leal. At this point, I'm thinking, you know, I can appreciate we get things last minute, but that's maybe a little bit too close to the wire. That said, then, Ms. Cully, I mean, you raised a couple of issues in your report. One being that still the whole street frontage, the whole matter about Hydro Road. So we understand that the application has been received and staff supports it, but it hasn't been finalized yet. So that's one of the issues, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. We added condition 2 to the consent in the event that it was heard in order to address that specific issue. But the remaining requirement for minor variance for lot width still remains.
All right, and this just going back to that condition for the street opening, how far are we on this? So it sounds like we're really just looking at the agreement being signed and registered. Is that where we're at?
Through you, I'm sure. My understanding is that it's currently with City Legal, and that's the extent of what we know right now. They're just finalizing it.
All right, Mr. Leo, do you know anything more about that? Or?
I do. I sent Christina today a copy of an email from Garrett Schramm. And the problem we have is that the Hydro Road, my clients paid $17,000 for a road opening application. 8 months after the commencement of that application, Garrett Schramm indicated to us that, in fact, it is an open road allowance. And it was in an email which I received from him. They are, city is prepared to refund our application. And I sent that to Christina. I assume you have it now, Christina. And Garrett Schramm has indicated, he apologized and said, you're right, the road, there was never closed. So the issue, which I would address, is that given the fact that it abuts on an open road allowance, the condition is unnecessary.
Okay.
And
getting messier and messier to me, Mr. Leo.
Oh,
it's certainly none of this jives with what it is that we think is before us, and with the sort of the recommendations we've had from staff. We're hearing from staff that this is all very last minute, and you know, we typically want to give our staff time to really have a chance to read, review, and reflect on what it is that they have looked at, and to ask somebody questions like legal, if they had to, in order to better understand the activity that's been going on. So,
to be fair, Madam Chair, I didn't receive the planning report until Monday afternoon. Today's Wednesday, and so the time to respond to that report, because it came as a bit of a surprise, the comments, I'm really not, it may be last minute, but it's not from lack of attention in my office.
all right then, thank you, Mr. Leal. All right, with that, I would be inclined to allow some time for some catch up in the staff report so that we have something a little cleaner before us. And if there needs to be additional evidence, including that email from Mr. Strom, then I'd like to see that personally. I'd like to be able to read through exactly what was being said. So my inclination is at this point is to adjourn to February 2nd in order to allow for that discussion. Need some comments from committee members, if I could, please. Mr. Hindle?
I guess the question then would be if there is anticipated to be a minor variance application that will go with this, if February 2nd gives enough time to get that submission in.
No, it does not. You're quite right. So we've kind of ascertained through other discussions that February 16th is the earliest, and only if things really happen fast in order to get things teed up. Ms. Cully, would a February 16th date in your mind work for something like this?
For you, Madam Chair, we just need to review the information that was provided today, so that would be sufficient time.
All right. Other thoughts from committee members? Ms. Willis, you look like you.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused again. Does that allow time for the variance application to be submitted, reviewed, and circulated?
The 16th of February does.
It does. Okay.
Other comments? All right, so Mr. Leal, I think what you're hearing is that the committee would like to adjourn to February 16th.
I hear that.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this request for adjournment, either for or against, to February 16th? Had no speakers on this, so Mr. White.
Madam Chair, just so I'm clear, if we adjourn to February 16th, we will be in a position to deal with the minor variance applications as well as the lot line adjustment application that we have here tonight. And all of the issues will be resolved by that time in terms of the city's comments and review processes. It sounds to me as if the road closing issue, or sorry, road opening issue has been put to bed, and that all we would be dealing with is the minor variances on the Sabbath and remnant parcels, and then the applications that we have here tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I will say this, Mr. White, I would want to see in a revised staff report that does go through those explanations so that we have it and that we've got that evidence in front of us.
Could I ask Ms. Cully, is there any issues that you might see with respect to the consideration of the minor variances that have been mentioned?
Through you, Madam Chair, the minor variance mentioned is technical in nature. The lot width is not met, the minimum. So in order to meet that minimum, the minor variance would be required.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think February 16th seems reasonable to deal with both and all of the matters that we have to deal with.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. Okay, I think I need to go back out to the audience because we sort of stopped that process. Is there anyone, just to make sure, that would like to speak either for or against an adjournment request to February 16th? Now's your chance. All right, I'm not seeing anybody. So with that, then all those in favor of the adjournment. All right, so Mr. Leal, what I'm seeing is an approval of the adjournment to February 16th unanimously, for the record.
Thank you very much, and I will deal with Christina Cully and other planning staff as required immediately, and we'll have it in for you.
All right, so, and Mr. Leal, I would just suggest that so Ms. Cully can probably make the staff report available to you ahead of something like a Monday afternoon, but you just need to reach out to her in order to make that request.
Thank you very much. I will do so.
All right, thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to, and I believe this is our last adjournment request. We are now into almost an hour into our hearing, and we still haven't finished our adjournments. So I'm looking for application number 20 for 1900 2000 City Park Drive.
Hello.
So I was looking for Mr. Albanese, but
no, he's my colleague. I'm here, Katrina Malgash. I'm a registered professional planner with IBI Group.
All right, can you please give me the, well, I guess it would be the same workplace address. It was just for the record. Sometimes when we have somebody new, we just want to have all that information, but because you're representing or replacing, I guess, Mr. Albanese this evening is what you're doing. Okay.
Yeah.
You're aware that, well, in fact, I believe this was Mr. Albanese's request for an adjournment to February 2nd.
Yep. So we were here previously at the December 8th meeting. And following that, we had productive conversations with staff. However, our client would just like a bit more time to review the staff report, which is why we're requesting the February 2nd date for the application. Yeah.
All right. So, and it's Mogash. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah, Mogash. Yeah.
Mogash. Okay, great. Any questions for Mrs. Or Ms. Mogash? All right. If not, then I'm going to make a call out to the public. Is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against this adjournment request to February 2nd? All right, I'm not seeing any. So all those in favor of that adjournment request? Okay, for the record, it is granted, and that is unanimously for the record. Okay, thank you. We'll see you in 3 weeks, I guess.
Thanks, Madam Chair and members. Good evening.
Okay. All right, that then concludes our adjournments. So we're going to see a lot of those people back in the not so distant future. We're going to go with our fast track items at this point. So hopefully we can get through some of these and help some folks actually get on with their evening. So the first application then is number 4 for 1570 and 1572 Ainsley Drive. And I'm looking for Mr. Matthew Mayo. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor, I need to read something to you and then I'll need you to respond. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted first at the property to which the application applies, secondly, for the prescribed number of days before the hearing, and that sign was clearly legible and visible for the entirety of that time? Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
Yes, ma'am.
You swear or... Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Mayor, we're not going to ask you for a presentation on this. This is fairly straightforward. I'm going to open it up to any questions from the committee members at this point. Okay. Yes, Ms. Willis.
I just wanted to talk about the conditions. I think maybe, Madam Chair, you were about to bring that up.
Yes, actually, that would have been the next place to go.
Okay.
Go ahead if you would like to talk about
Well,
that.
I just, since this is really, from what I understand of this, a technicality and the title merged and it's going right back to what it was before, I don't understand the need for the 4 conditions, including the requirement for an additional tree. And I'm just wondering if staff can explain the need for the conditions.
Ms. Ramirez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The separate services is a pretty standard condition that we have for severances for existing buildings, and it's a matter of just proving to us that the 2 sides have separate services. My understanding is the building was built, I want to say back in the 60s, and so that's why we also have the building code condition, because you're establishing a boundary between the 2 sides of the building. We just want to make sure that it complies with the Ontario Building Code. And for the joint use and maintenance agreement, it's to deal with common elements. And for the trees, staff did note that it looks like an additional parking space was put into the right-of-way sometime between 2016 and 2019. We are trying something new with the fact that reference to the trees and trust application, and staff thought it was particularly appropriate in this case because there was some work in our right of way which seems to have not gone through the process that was required.
So with regard to the building code issue, what happens if it doesn't comply with current building code? Does it not have some sort of grandfathered right, since this is really a technicality, this severance?
I can tell you that I've seen applicants provide proof that it does comply. I haven't seen what happens if it doesn't comply. I'm not involved on that end.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if the applicant can comment on the applicability of the conditions.
Mr. Mayor?
I can see the logic in wanting to ensure the building meets code. I tend to fall on the side that that Ms. Willis has been talking about, where this is only the return to normal, where it's going back to being 2 properties as it was before, and making the conditions, I would think, no more necessary on this property than on the neighbors.
All right, so I guess if we go through these sort of in order, The first one has to do with ensuring that once the lots are split, that the services that enter into each of the separate dwellings are in fact on the separate lots, so that we're not in. So can you confirm that for us, Mr. Mayor?
I don't have a service locate report.
All right. On the building code number 2, my sense on that is, I'm not sure how you apply a current building code requirement to a 1961 build. Just saying, not sure how you do that. Joint use and maintenance agreement. Is that something your client had thought about doing, Mr. Mayo, on this?
I know that it would incur a significant amount of additional cost for drafting and coordination with the city. And again, since the property was built in the 60s when this was not required, and this is a modern requirement, I don't see how it should be required at this point, but I leave it in your hands, of course.
All right. And the last one, just so, and this one is probably the one that eludes me the most. Ms. Ramirez, just explain this trees and trust again. I guess didn't quite get that concept. And I see Ms. Young is coming forward, so all the help we can get on this one, the better.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, we are starting to request tree planting on every severance site. So where there are no trees existing, this is seen as an opportunity to get trees planted in the right of way or frontage of houses to help achieve that 30% canopy cover target. In this situation, because there is no development, and I understand that it is a technical nature, there is a way for there not to incur any costs, and that is just to simply apply to the city's Trees and Trust program. So all I would need to clear the condition is basically just a copy of the application form that the applicant is willing to plant trees, to have the city plant trees in that location. So it doesn't need to be an additional cost. If the applicant prefers to plant on private property or something like that, then they can do so, but that would be at their own cost.
So this Trees and Trust is actually us getting permission to put trees, like the city getting permission to put trees on that property.
Yeah, on the city property, on the city right of way, but yes, it is that.
Do you need their permission to do that? I'm kind of surprised to hear that.
Technically, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. So that one, I think we've gotten a lot of education about the tree objectives for the city, and I think this committee, this panel has been pretty supportive of that up until now. So here's what I'm thinking, members of the panel, looking for your feedback. Retain number 1 as a condition. Remove 2, remove 3, retain 4. Thoughts? Mr. Handel, you're nodding, so I'm picking on you. Are we good?
Yes, I would be in agreement with that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Markovich.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd be in agreement with that as well.
All right, Ms. Willis.
Well, I'm still kind of perplexed by this. I would assume that they would have separate services unless something has changed between 1961 and now. But if they don't, does that mean that they have to go back? It means it's been working with separate owners.
It's not whether the 2 units each have separate services. That we can agree with. It's whether or not those separate services happen to be right next to each other on one side of the lot. So what they would want is, once the severance occurs, you still have to have the services going to unit A and the services to unit B separated. But that may not have been the case in 1961. They might have made them much closer together than they would think to do today. So that's the reason for the request.
So I guess that was about to be my point, is that it was separate. It was serviced to be separate ownership. They're now just reinstating the separate ownership. If in fact they're not by today's standards, but they're obviously separately serviced, is that then going to require the owner to go up, dig up the street, remove the services and put them in a new location? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, you're right. And so I'm wondering whether or not that would be part of it. Like, so for me, it was kind of go back to the building permit and have a look at it. But 1961 is a long time ago. But I see your point in the sense that this was severed.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Mr. Mayor, can you tell me whether that was severed in 1961 or was it severed sometime between the time it was built and maybe wasn't, just, was all on one property as a semi-detached dwelling? So when was it first severed?
I believe it was purpose-built as two semi-detached properties with separate ownership from the beginning, which is why we actually have 2 pins in the land title system already. We're just not able to convey them separately because of the merger in title.
I know, but that might have happened in 1985.
No, that's a good point. I don't have that information in front of me. Or rather, I most likely do in my file right here, but I'm not sure you want me digging through it.
All right. So do you have a problem with this condition, Mr. Mayor, then at the end of the day? Because if you've got that response and you've got that in your close to at hand, you'll be able to clear this condition in like about 5 minutes.
I still don't have. Well, so will the condition then be cleared by showing that the lots have been severed since the build?
All you have to do is provide proof to the satisfaction of the development review manager. It's pretty wide open.
Pretty wide open, yeah. Is there any way to know whether they'll say, well, that's nice, let's get a service locate report done?
No, it doesn't say that here.
No, certainly not. Yeah,
what is your proof then?
Your
what is it that you could actually point to? What was it that you said that you might be able to go?
I was hoping to go back into the title record and find out if this has always been 2 separate parcels. Look at the plans and such.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to suggest we still need condition number 1 on this. If it's, and it may be that it's even more important if in fact this was in 1961 originally separated into 2 lots. And the reason why I'm saying that is they may not have cared in 1961 about something like this, one way or the other, even for a severance. So if that's the case, we would want to know today that the creation of that lot does separate the services, if that makes any sense.
Madam Chair, if I may, just looking at the plan, it looks like the entire street is all semi-detached. At least this one is part of several all in a row, which would look like it was, and also the lots to the rear, which would make one believe that it was original purpose built as a semi-detached.
In fact, it's eerily similar to the house I own. I'm sitting in right now, a corner lot like that too. Yeah.
So I'd be more inclined to not, I just think it's opening a whole can of worms to, if you can't demonstrate by plans that that's not the case, then it means having to do locates and then having to dig up the street. And if it's been working all along, I don't see any reason why we should reopen that can of worms.
So you've actually begun to convince me on this, but it's not about whether or not the services work or not, right? It's about whether or not once the parcels are severed, that they each have their services on their own proper lots. Mr. White, go ahead.
Chair, I as well as the position on this one, we're really just trying to undo something that happened by mistake. I'm not sure when, but it happened by mistake. We're just reverting back to those circumstances, which if we hadn't had that mistake, the world would be living with the situation as it is. And I'd be inclined to approve this one sans any conditions.
Well, looking at the tree one. So I think you've convinced me on number 1, Ms. Willis, that in actual fact, likely it was built, and I think the most compelling thing for me is the fact that this isn't a one-off. It's all on,
No.
like, all on.
It's a whole neighborhood. Yeah.
Exactly. So I could live without condition number 1, but I'm going to continue to support condition number 4 on the tree. I do believe that the target of getting to 30% is great, and we're not asking an awful lot from the applicant on this with regards to how to clear it. It's not going to be onerous, not even going to be costly. So we should probably retain that one. We agreed?
Does the applicant have any objection to retaining number 4?
The only burden on the homeowner is the requirement that they promise to maintain the tree for 3 years after planting. Like you said, Madam Chair, I don't believe that that's terribly onerous. I know that my client would certainly prefer an approval sans conditions, so I think I might just stick with that position.
All right, so you want none. Okay, I'm going back for a canvas then, because my vote is we keep number 4. And Mr. Hindle, and Ms. Markovich, are you both still good with number 4 being retained?
Yeah, I think my preference would still be to keep number 1, but it's not a hill I'm going to die on. I'm sure there'd at least be a prescriptive easement of some description over time if services do cross lot lines, and that can be figured out in the future if need be. So I won't die on that. I would still, prefer to keep number 4.
All right, Ms. Markovich?
Yes, I'm the same. I prefer to keep number 4. I'm happy to have number 1 removed.
All right. So Ms. Willis?
I'm fine. It doesn't sound like it's onerous. It's sort of, I think I'm okay with number 4.
All right, Mr. White, last word.
So, Madam Chair, we're doing away with the requested condition 3, the joint use and maintenance agreement as well.
Yes, we are.
So the only one that's outstanding, a tree's a tree, that's fine. I'm all for trees.
Good. Well, that's consistent with what our position's been on all of the other applications that we've gotten. So that's great. Okay, so Mr. Mayo, looks like we're striking 1, 2, and 3, retaining 4 as a condition. All right, no speakers on my list. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak either for or against this application? Now's your chance. Okay, so I think we're good. All those in favor of the minor variance with the amended conditions as discussed. All right, the minor variance.
It's consent.
Oh, sorry, consent. Thank you. Yes, I was on a roll on something else here. Okay, so on the consent application, we're unanimous in granting the application with the amended conditions, removing 1, 2, and 3. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayo, and good luck on that. Okay, I've got to keep my pile straight. All right, on number 5. So we're looking at 2643 St. Joseph Boulevard. Mr. Holtzman is the agent on file.
There we go. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Bill Holzman.
Good evening, Mr. Holtzman. All right, going to read something to you. Need you to respond. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed amount of time prior to the hearing, and that that sign was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time? Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
I affirm that to be true, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I guess there's a couple things that we need to do here with regards to some housekeeping on the application.
Okay.
Correction to the legal description. My understanding is that we need to add the following: part of Lot A registered Plan 10, and then part of Lot 23 registered Plan 86. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in terms of the portion of the notice that speaks to other applicable applications, so this sentence reads, the application indicates that the property is subject of, and here we're adding, request for modification to the approved current site plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that takes that into consideration, all of that. I don't think there's anything else at this point that we need to discuss at this point. No presentation required. So we're going to go straight to questions from the committee. Anyone on this?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, there was a late amendment by staff to one of the conditions.
Yes, I understand that's true. We're looking now, instead of a tree conservation report, we're looking for a tree information report, correct?
Would you like my comment on that?
All right, so.
Yes, we
go ahead.
agree,
Might as
we
well-
agree
might as
with
well
that
go.
on all the conditions, yes.
I beg your pardon?
For the record, we agree with that modification and the other suggested conditions by staff.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So from the committee then, any questions for Mr. Holtzman on any aspect of this application? Mr. Hindle?
I just had a question. It says that, there is an application to modify the site plan. Can you tell me the status of that, that modification and that application to amend the site plan?
Through the chair to the member, the final submission has been made. The staff were willing to approve it, but they're waiting for the decisions committee because one of the conditions relates to a minor additional information on the landscape plan that's being amended to show some tree protection around the tree. So the planner has everything right now, but subject to the approval of this application with the proposed conditions, we'll revise the ongoing landscape plan to show that protection, and hopefully staff will be ready to issue SPC.
Thank you for that. You must have read my mind, Mr. Hindle, because that was going to be my question as well. So good. Were there anyone else from the committee? Questions? No? All right. No speakers on my list for this item. So I'm going to make a general call out to the public. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the committee, either for or against, on this application? All right, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. So, and this, just to be clear, the application is not for lot creation, but rather for easements and a right-of-way on the subject property. Okay, so nobody is coming forward. So members of the panel, all those in favor? All right, so for the record, the consent application is granted unanimously, Mr. Holtzman. So thanks for your time this evening.
Good, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, good evening. Okay, we're going on to number 6, which is 450 Selkirk Street and 350 Mayfield Street. Looking for Mr. Budzik.
Good evening once again.
Good evening, Mr. Budzik. Again, just on housekeeping. Oh, just wait. Let me start with, because if I forget this, then get into discussion, I'm doomed. All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days prior to the hearing, and that the sign was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time? Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
I do swear this to be true.
All right, thank you. Okay, going back to our housekeeping then, changes here. Variance A, we're going to actually strike front and replace that with rear yard. All right, you're aware of that. And I guess,
yes,
Mr. Wilczek, that has to do, I'm taking that change is just a reflection of the irregularity of the lot and what is being deemed to be front yard versus rear yard.
that's correct. I'm happy to speak to that briefly, but technically the front yard is on MacArthur. But as a through lot and a corner lot, the Selkirk side is the rear yard. But through the zoning bylaw, you would apply the front yard setback to that rear yard because it's a through lot. So the wording was a bit confusing, and I apologize if my report was not clear on this. But the intent is that it's amending the rear yard setback whereas the requirement for the rear yard is equal to the front yard.
All right. Okay, so in other words, we're all in agreement with that housekeeping change. That's good.
That's correct.
No presentation required again. So I'm just going to throw this out to the members of the panel at this point. Any questions for Mr. Bonzik on this actually very positive improvement to these two buildings? I'm sure it's about time, and looks like it'll be great for the residents in both of those buildings. Far more accessible for them. All right, I'm not seeing any questions. I have no speakers on my docket. So
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, was the oath administered in this case?
yes, I did.
It was?
I almost went into discussion and then caught myself. So yes, we did that. Thank you, though. I do appreciate your following up. Okay, so all those, anyone, no, so I'm not at a vote yet. I do need to know whether or not there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this this item, either for or against. And now would be your chance. All you need to do is raise your hand and our coordinators can bring you in. All right, so seeing none then from the committee, all those in favor of the minor variance application? All right, the application is granted unanimously, Mr. Bolduc, so good luck with this project. It's a good one.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
All right, you too. Okay, we're on to item number 10. And that is for 815, 817 Norton Rose, looking for Mr. Ibrahimpour. Okay, so I see Mr. Ibrahimpour is coming forward and it's taking a little bit longer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. So good evening.
Good evening.
I'm going to read something to you and need you to respond.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted first at the property to which the application applies, that it was there for the prescribed number of days before the hearing, and that the sign was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time? Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
I swear.
All right, thank you. Again, no presentation required from you on this. I do have one very minor housekeeping item that we need to adjust. So correction to the zoning in this case. So it's R2G, but there's an exception 1564 that needs to be noted. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, no presentation. Any questions from the committee on this application for consent? Not seeing any questions from anyone. Come forward. Just want to remind myself on this one. Okay, this is so this is a semi currently under construction.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so given no speakers, I'm going to make a call out to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this application, whether you're in support or you're in opposition? Now's your chance. All right, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. So Mr. Ibrahimpour, you do know that there are 6 conditions to this application, and there's also a request from Hydro Ottawa for a 1.2 meter easement.
Yes.
You are aware? Okay. All right. That said, I think we're ready for a vote from the committee members. So all those in favor of this consent application? All right. For the record, the consent application is granted unanimously, Mr. Ibrahimpour. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, we're on to application number 1139 Woodhill Crescent. Mr. Lavoie is the agent on file. Good evening, Mr. Lavoie.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Thanks, so Mr. Lavoie. Need to read something to you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies? It was there for the prescribed number of days prior to the hearing, and that it was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time. Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
I swear.
All right, thank you. No presentation again required for you this evening on this application. Going to open it up to the members of the panel for questions at this point. Anyone? I'm not seeing anyone come forward. Oh, Mr. White, sorry, Mr. White. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, this is the Wood Hill application, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
On Wood Hill? I did have a question about the setback on that one on Wood Hill.
Yes, you did, actually. I recall that now.
Yeah, it's the site plan that's attached to my agenda indicates a setback of 5.4 meters. You can see it on the sketch there. And
Do you see what we're talking about here?
Yes.
The application is for a reduction down to 5.585. I'm just wondering, is there a discrepancy there, or maybe I'm reading the plan incorrectly?
What?
Yeah, I just noticed that. I didn't notice that before.
Maybe Ms. Cully, you can come forward as well. Not sure if you've noted that. The only other explanation I can think of is maybe this is not the most recent plan, but.
Through you, Madam Chair, the 5.585 was illustrated on a sketch that was of the survey. It was another one in there. Right. There was a few.
All right, but if we're looking at the site plan to Mr. White's keen eye and question, should we not be referencing 5.4?
Is that a question for me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Through you, Madam Chair. I assumed the survey measurements would be more accurate than the site plan, which is why I used the survey.
All right, so show me where this, so there's the 5.
Yes, it is 5.585 because I did the site plan, I submitted the site plan, and because we're very close on the percentage of the lot area, so I asked the surveyor to provide me with the exact dimension. So.
All right, and you didn't revise your site plan to reflect that.
That's why I just noticed. So.
Can we get to then what we'll need to do? So I think what we've been able to conclude, Mr. White, you can chime in here, but I think we've been able to conclude that we don't need to amend the application in any way for greater relief. So we're good to go. But we tie these things to plans, as you know, Mr. Lavoie. So we can't tie it to a site plan that is doesn't show the right dimensions. So we're going to need you to revise those site plans so that it matches and resubmit so that will be attached to the approval. Can we do that?
Yeah, I don't need to reapply. Just
no. We just need you to revise the site plan to reflect the information in the survey plan. That's correct.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Lavoie? And thank you, Mr. White, for raising that because it's an important piece. No one else? All right. Okay. No speakers registered for this item as well, but we will make a call out to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak either for or against this application for minor variance to allow for the construction of a sunroom in the rear of an existing dwelling? All right, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. So on that basis then, committee members, all those in favor of the minor variances. All right, for the record, Mr. Lavoie, the application is granted unanimously, and that's pretty much it. There is just a comment from Hydro Ottawa about clearances. As long as you're speaking to Hydro Ottawa, which we always recommend, as you know, I
Yes.
think you're good to go.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're looking at the next application, number 13. Looking for, and that's on 1707 Fisher. Mr. Dominic Idani. There we go.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think we canceled each other out on the good evenings. All right, need to read to, oh, no, actually I don't, Mr. Thank you. I just realized you did submit your stat deck, so I don't have to read anything to you. That's great. I do, however, have some housekeeping amendments to do to your notice before we get into discussing your application. My understanding is there's correction to the legal description. So it will read like part of lots 34 and 35, registered plan 291190. And then we're adding parts 13 and 16 on plan 4R 17775 and parts 1 and 2 on 4R 25522. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're making those changes. No presentation required. I'm going to open up the discussion or questions directly to our panel members. Is there anyone who has any questions about this application in any way? Right, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. I just want to make sure. Sometimes I write myself notes. No, I think this is pretty clear with regards to what we're doing. You're conveying, this is a lot line adjustment to your to the adjacent property owners, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you already have a purchase and sale agreement in
Yes.
place for what is, I think I saw the 60.69 square meters, right?
Correct.
And is that just out of curiosity then, that line adjustment is to do what? What will that just
So-
increases?
1707 is slated for development. There's going to be a duplex that's going to be built there. The owner of 1701 wants some additional property just to give him some extra buffer from the where the new development's going to happen. There's the jog, which comes to about a foot from where his patio is right now. So he wants to purchase that from the owner of 1707, just to give him some additional space.
I see. Okay. All right. Makes sense. All right. And I'm not seeing any questions from the committee. No speakers on my list. So a call out to the public. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak to the committee about this application, whether you're opposed or you're in favor, this would be your chance. Just need to raise your hand and come forward. All right, I'm not seeing anyone at this point. So from the committee then, all those in favor of this very minor lot line adjustment, consent. So for the record, Mr. Idani, the application is granted unanimously. And I think that's it. I think there was one condition, which is a typical lot line adjustment condition. All right.
That's more. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye now.
Thank you.
Okay. So back to, and I believe we had this discussion with Mr. Bays about application number 17 and 18. So Mr. Bays, you can come back at this point for 38 Côte de Neige Road, de la Côte de Neige Road, to be more precise. Minor variance application. Okay.
Good evening again.
Yes, good evening. I'm going to read something to you, Mr. Bays. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing, and that the sign was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time? Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
I do affirm, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I am seeing a couple of housekeeping amendments for yours as well. It's actually corrections to variances B and D to permit a reduced lot area of 474.6 square meters. And for D, it's to permit a reduced lot area of 407.79 square meters. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. That was a discrepancy when we had submitted. We did not take into consideration half of that rear laneway area, and we felt it was better to have a more conservative proposed number than otherwise.
Okay, all right. And just to confirm, this is in fact less relief from the zoning bylaw than would otherwise be required, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to find what that original number was, just so that we have. Just bear with me for a moment, because I just want to make sure I'm seeing that. And all right, okay, so that would have been. Now we're going to what, 474 instead of the 448, and on the second one, we're going to 407 instead of the 385.7, right?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right. But our lot widths are staying the same, right? So 16.37 for the first lot, and the retained lot then would be the 14.07.
14.07, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Questions for Mr. Bays from the members of the committee? Anyone? Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to ask the reasoning for the increased frontage, or sorry, lot width, I guess is the term. The increased lot width for the proposed, what would be the vacant severed lot, as compared to the lower frontage that is provided for, that is proposed to be provided for, or retained with the existing dwelling. Strikes me that the variance for the lot width on the proposed severed could be lessened by dividing the lot more equitably between the two parcels. Is there an explanation for that discrepancy?
Absolutely, through you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure whether Ms. Byers might be able to pull up page 7 of the presentation I prepared for this, which actually deals with this exact question. So as Mr. White's likely familiar with, there's been a number of severances through the community, and they've all been, or many of them have been, about on the middle. And the goal of that has always been that you actually don't have to get a consent application at all in that instance. Thank you. Since you would be using one of the older land division or lot lines from the original St. Clair Gardens subdivision. The rationale in this case for the uneven severance is because the west parcel is actually is a corner lot, and as a result, it has a 4.5 meter corner setback. And what that ultimately means, I apologize, Madam Chair, my orange dash box is a little bit shifted off. That arrow is intended to point to the 4.5 exterior side yard. So the intent of the uneven land division is to ensure that both of the new parcels have roughly equal buildable areas. The intent that one of the benefits of this is that both of the buildings are of similar massing. The other component, and it's generally encompassed by that exterior side yard, is there's a hydroelectric line that runs along the west boundary as well. And there's required setbacks from that for Hydro Ottawa.
All right, Mr. White, does that?
Thank you.
All right, okay. Anyone else? And I'm going to need to have the gallery view. Thank you. Anyone else with any questions on this application? All right, I'm not seeing any of the committee members come forward. I do have some speakers on this. I have Ms. Nancy Wilson and Ms. Jill Spratt. Ms. Pratt, I see actually, I do see Ms. Wilson and Ms. Pratt. So do you both want to come forward? And then you can make your comments.
I'll start, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening, committee chair and committee members. The City View Community Association has submitted comments to this hearing this evening for 36 and 38 Côte de Neige. We'd like to make an opening comment. First of all, this is just something that's been bothering us. For each infill development in City View, the City View Community Association feels it has a responsibility to comment on each application, often based on comments from our community residents. We feel that we are put in an awkward situation sometimes because some applicants are active members of our community and longtime members or longtime neighbors. We would appreciate the opportunity to consult with the planners prior to the report or before the application hearing to express our concerns and suggestions. And sometimes we can work these out without coming on here and doing this. Often developers also fail to contact the community association, and we'd like to see this as a requirement so that they can come to us and we can talk about it and try and solve some of these problems ahead of time. Okay. So about the new OP, City View Community Association would first like to address the statement by the city planners that the Committee of Adjustment application was deemed to be complete as of November 18th, 2021, in accordance with the official plan transition policies approved by City of Ottawa Council October 27th, 2021. This application was evaluated under the policies in the existing plan and in the as well as the council approved new official plan for 2021. We wish to object to this statement by the planner based on the following interview with Councillor Egley and the city about how the planning will be handled between now and when the zoning bylaws and secondary plans are eventually updated. We have followed and commented on the new official plan and have been assured by the city managers that any provisions under the new official plan will not be considered until such time as the required secondary plans and new zoning bylaws are enacted. Please, I don't know if you've listened to the clip that we sent or whether we should play it for you now.
No, so Ms. Wilson, so no, we're not going to play it now. I believe you just summarized it actually very well. But I can tell you that we did in fact listen to it. I don't normally have a chance to do anything of the kind, but I picked your audio over reading other material when I found 10 minutes today to catch up on some of the last minute stuff that we had. And I did have a chance to hear it. And just, you can chime in here, but just to confirm what you're saying, it was very clear that the deputy city manager for the planning and development essentially can be heard saying that as a priority, the secondary plans are an important part of determining being able to move forward with bringing the zoning bylaw into conformity with the OP, and it includes, and we were very happy to see this or hear this. It includes the drainage, it includes the servicing, so it includes it includes that underground component. As well as what's happening from a development standpoint. So we did hear that. Did I summarize that well enough then, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, you did. Thank you very much. I didn't have to make you listen to that again if you had already heard it. So, but we thought it was very important for you guys to hear that clip. It was a bit longer, but we cut it for you. So that That's good. And I just wanted to tell you, Chair, that sometimes you're cutting out and I can't hear you very well. That time I did, but it's cutting out and sometimes. Anyway, the next part is the 4 tests. I'm not going to read the 4 tests to you. You know what the 4 tests are. The City View reviews each application along with the city planner's report and the tree report to ensure that the information is complete and accurate and meets the zoning bylaws, and each infill is appropriate development for our community in height and character. In this case, the attached site plan seems to contain little information and is difficult to read. So we were unable to confirm the accuracy of setbacks, lot coverage, etc. When checking to see what information must be included in the Committee of Adjustment application, we were led to the City of Toronto's application requirements. These are very interesting. There's a lack of information. In reviewing Toronto's posted 2022 Committee of Adjustment applications, it's apparent that sufficient information is not collected from Ottawa's applicants. Toronto has tables to be completed that include the existing and proposed front line lot lines, side lines, rear lot lines, etc. Toronto asks for a list of variances and asks, why is it not possible to comply? I think that's a very important question that we should be asking. Toronto also requires architectural plans, which shall include site plans indicating existing and proposed buildings on the site, distances from all lot lines, location of any easements, right-of-ways, locations of buildings on adjacent lots, etc. Floor plans, all rooms labeled as to the use and indicating existing and proposed windows and entrances, which is another thing that we think is very important. Elevation plans for all sides, including height, grade, window, and door openings, plans that include, and then there's more, so I'll stop there. The City View Community Association suggests to the city that it should update its application process to collect the information it requires to help in its review of the applications. Also, now with density targets for some communities and student housing, floor plans should be required to monitor and collect this information. I'll let Ms. Pro take over from here.
Just let me comment, Ms. Wilson, on what you've just raised. In actual fact, very timely for you to be raising this. And so thank you for having given us some of that very good feedback on what the City of Toronto is doing. One thing that the Committee of Adjustment would like to undertake in the next year is a bit of a review of our processes in an effort to improve our processes and to get feedback from both the industry and from community associations like yours in order to make those improvements. So I know Mr. Belmar must have been listening intently to some of what you've been saying, and certainly we're hoping that during that process we might be able to discuss with you again some of your ideas on how some of these things could be improved. So that is something, Ms. Wilson, that we're looking to undertake within the next few months. So
thank you very much for that, and we would love to be involved and give you our ideas on that and some feedback. So thank you very much.
All right, we'll keep you posted. Ms. Pratt.
Yes, hi, good evening. I'll just continue with the comments that Nancy started. In the report for 38 Côte de Neige, the planners notes a number of concerns and discrepancies, but they still determine that it should be approved. These issues are required corrections and they should be addressed before an application comes to the Committee of Adjustment. The planners report was received Tuesday for this Wednesday hearing. The planners identified that the lot size required amending. This is basic information that developers should know in advance of preparing plans. Again, the way this lot is divided into uneven widths tells us that it was divided based on the size and shape of the new builds and not the new builds being built to the lot size. I guess that's already been addressed here tonight. The city planner stated that in the City View neighborhood, there are a few examples where the retention of existing, anyways, I think I'm going to skip that part too. And It must be mentioned that in the other examples of houses where there's when properties have been severed into two different sizes, they mentioned a number of different pairs. And we checked those and we found out that in most cases, the existing house stayed on the smaller or stayed on the larger lot because the other portion of it couldn't be severed. So I see that most of these examples don't really relate to these examples that we have here tonight. It's unfortunate by not abiding by the existing zoning bylaws, these massive infill buildings that dominate the property are allowed to be constructed. There's little room for landscaping, permeable surfaces, trees, or outside amenities. If you look at the plans for this house, you can see that the outside wall that is proposed to be constructed facing Pender is stark and doesn't fit with the character of the neighborhood. We consider this more important for properties on corner lots. However, the community association is well aware that comments on design are not allowed to be considered. Staff has indicated that it also has some concerns that could be addressed with changes to the building with respect to trees. It claims that the site plan and tree information report need to be revised. The staff notes issues with the rear yard setback and is recommending that either plans be amended or an additional variance will be required. With respect to the front-facing garage, staff notes that these new buildings do not appear to comply with the front-facing garage provisions and changes to the plans are required. Also, staff notes that driveway widths and aggregate soft landscaping need to be shown on the building permit plans. In the past, these items were all addressed at the Committee of Adjustment to application stage. Remember that the driveway was a crucial point for the development at 29 David Drive. So we feel like this process was a little bit rushed and maybe these things could have been addressed before it came to a Committee of Adjustments. With respect to conditions, we would like to add underneath the demolition that we would like to see provisions concerning possible asbestos removal. Also, under the condition with respect to trees, it says the applicants must agree to provide a revised site plan and tree information report. It's too bad that this wasn't done in advance. Further condition that should be included to ensure the existing drainage ditches retained and culverts are installed under the driveways. You're all aware of the lack of storm sewers in City View and the importance of maintaining the integrity of the existing rural ditches for drainage. So we'd like to make sure that that condition goes on to the approval. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pratt. You raised.
Could I just say one other thing about the lots that they picked as examples? Yes. They've given about 5 different lots pairs, and as Jill said, those lot pairs, it's always an older house sitting on a lot, and you can't move that house, so they have to have a bigger lot size for that when they sever off the smaller part, and that's the reason for that. And that's why you see a lot of these, well, not a lot, but they're the ones that are in our neighborhood that are under the 50 feet mark. That's what they're usually from. They're usually from, there's a reason for it. There's a reason that the other house is staying there. The existing house is staying, so they can't do anything more than have that 55 feet or whatever it is, because the house can't be moved. And 2 of the examples, actually, those houses have been taken down afterwards, and so and rebuilt with new houses. So like Jill said, these examples are not really relevant to this, but we do want you to understand that when you see the smaller lots in City View, there's usually a reason for it, and these are some of the examples of those reasons. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that further explanation. It is helpful for sure. Okay. All right, those, so Ms. Pratt and Ms. Wilson were the only two names that were on my list. That said, anyone else who may have an interest in the application, you can come forward now and speak either for or against. Just raise your hand and we can bring you in. All right, I'm not seeing anybody else come forward. So with that, then discussion by the committee at this point. Any additional thoughts on any of this? Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to follow up on something that Ms. Wilson and Ms. Pratt brought up with respect to Mr. Willis's comments at that meeting. Fortunately, I wasn't party to the meeting, but that excerpt from his comments is very enlightening for me, and I raised a lot of questions. There, in that discussion with the counselor, and I believe it was Councillor Leglife, who I think is counselor for the area more to the, I guess it'd be to the east, Fisher Heights, and I think the topic of discussion was mainly Fisher Heights, but certainly the topic of the City View neighborhood came up as well, with respect to some proposal which seems to be a high priority for planning branch for a secondary plan exercise for those communities, including, and City View, St. Clair Gardens was certainly mentioned, secondary planning exercise for those areas. And Mr. Willis, I think in that excerpt expressed the view that major changes I think he mentioned applications for zoning in particular should not occur or should not be positively supported without the completion of that secondary planning process, which he also went on to suggest would involve detailed looking at engineering issues, servicing, drainage, all those sort of things that we've been faced on a regular basis when with the Committee of Adjustment when we see these types of applications in this neighborhood in particular. I'm wondering, is that secondary plan, and this is a question to staff, is that secondary plan process intended to address intended to address the City of St. Clair Gardens area to the extent that Mr. Willis has apparently outlined? And if so, why, if that is the case, why is this issue not brought up in the planning reports that we are required to deal with when we deal with these applications for the significant minor variances and lot creations in this area? I'd sort of like an answer to those questions, if I could, please.
All right, so I'm going to ask Ms. Ramirez to answer that question, but before she does that, Mr. White, I just want to be very clear on one thing that has to do with the report. Where staff is making the comment, and we're now seeing this, and I'm sure it was direction that they were given to do this, where they're making the comment, staff note that the committee of application was deemed to be completed as of blah, blah, blah. All that is intended to do is to make clear from a strictly a technical standpoint, make clear where this application stands with regards to the approval of the official plan. I do not believe that it gives any kind of direction with regards to implementing any changes to zoning that you would otherwise. So it's simply for the purposes of and Ms. Ramirez, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds or read to me as if it really is more of a technical kind of statement with regards to transition provisions under the OP. Is that correct, Ms. Ramirez?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. You've done a very good job of summarizing the intent of it.
All right. So that said, it's not there to say we can move, we can start implementing the OP without any regard to the current zoning in place. That's not what it's saying. So, but that said, though, Mr. White, you still asked a number of good questions about the secondary planning exercises and where that's at and whether or not there's, so part of, I don't know if you recall, but part of Mr. Willis's Mr. Willis, sorry, as comments also about, because the question, so Councillor Eli asked very clearly, when are you expecting to undertake this work? And the response that he gave was, well, that's a question, or that's an answer to get from Planning Committee, because Planning Committee approves our work plan. And that's quite true. My understanding is then that process, if you go back and you rely on those words, that means that that work plan has not yet been approved by Planning Committee. So that said, though, Ms. Ramirez, if you've got any further light you can shine on any of that, that would be really appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Member White for the questions. I can't shed a lot more light on it than what has been currently provided. We will have a big implementation plan that comes out of this new official plan, but I am not up to date on all the particulars of that implementation plan.
So to Mr. White's point, though, Ms. Ramirez, do you know whether or not any of these secondary plans have, begun anywhere else as part of like maybe as part of last year's work plan? And what does that look like? And how's that affecting zoning in those areas? I guess that's really what we're asking for, is how are these things being implemented?
I do know that the existing secondary plans were reviewed for consistency with the new official plan. And I do know that there are different planning processes that are underway. I couldn't tell you where this neighborhood falls in that whole secondary planning process.
All right, okay. Mr. White, I don't want to undo any of your questions, so I'm going to give you a chance to come back and correct anything I might have led astray. Mr. White, you're mute.
Madam Chair, I fully understand the process in terms of getting direction from the Planning Committee. I've lived that life some time ago. But the statements, it's pretty clear that there is some concept at least at the staff level, of a secondary planning process that's going to be, it in fact will be the first one for this community, if that's what's going to happen. I'm just not clear, is that in fact what is being proposed? Is it an extensive secondary planning review exercise for this neighborhood, for Fisher Heights and St. Clair Gardens, all of these older interurban neighborhoods? This is the first I've heard of it. I'd really like to know, because I think it has major implications for the work that this committee is going to be doing, has been doing, and will likely continue to be doing over the next number of years. So I'd sort of like to get a feel for, is this in fact what we can expect to see coming down the road in terms of the planning exercise?
Okay.
Madam Chair, I can answer some of those questions if you'd like.
Actually, no, Ms. Wilson, I don't. I think what I prefer to do, because I think at this point we could talk a lot about this, but we do have, as a Committee of Adjustment, an opportunity to raise this as a committee of the whole with a planning staff directly. And so I typically, when we're asking questions about work plans, what the scope of the work might be, these are even the priority of the work that is being looked at. That's actually a discussion between us and senior management at Planning and Development. So, Mr. White, I don't know how you feel about this, but I would want to get that squarely on as an agenda item and get those answers directly from them, and so that we understand that, and even maybe influence the priority of some of the work that they may be considering doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that I've been of the view that we've been waiting for quite some time, in light of the positions that are being taken on these applications by the planning department. And I think I'd like to get some clarity on that. Where are we actually going with these?
And I guess to your point again, though, what we also want to see is that they're undertaking the zoning bylaw review all at the same time. We would want to know that, in particular for some of these communities that have been under siege, it seems, for intensification, that they prioritize getting the secondary plans as soon as possible, so that those plans inform the zoning bylaw process. All right, so Mr. Secretary Treasurer, Mr. Belmar, I'm sure again, you've been listening in on our discussion. If we could add that, the secondary plans, because we haven't heard that from them up until now. We've talked a lot with planning staff about the zoning bylaw review, but we did not get from them, if I recall, commitments for secondary plans that would provide, I guess, better clarity to the rezonings or the zoning changes that we'd be looking at. So if we could add those to the next agenda, and I think if I looked at the schedule for this year, we have a lot of opportunity for committee of the wholes. There seems to be more months. Is it possible, or am I wrong? More months where we have a fifth Wednesday that we can rely on, which has typically been our routine. So maybe we can figure that out in the next month or two and get that on an agenda and discussed.
Certainly, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay. All right. So on that, I guess I think we've closed the public hearing on this at this point. And that's another reason, Ms. Wilson, that I did not give you additional time to speak, that the public portion was actually closed at that part. And as you know, I like to keep those sort of out once the committee's into deliberation. I want to just keep it to committee discussion. So any other questions then, or anything else that needs to be discussed on this application before we go to a vote? Okay, I'm not seeing anything come forward then. Mr. Bays, you're aware of all the conditions and all of the comments that have come in on the file from the technical agencies?
I have, yes, Madam Chair, though I don't believe I have received the comments that were submitted by the Community Association that Ms. Wilson referenced. If I could request those just for our own records. But regarding the conditions that are at hand, we've reviewed them and we don't have any concerns.
Okay, I think you can get the comments off SharePoint, Mr. Bays. I don't know if you have access to that, or if not, then or the development application. I'm not sure if there's kind of a way for you to get at them, but if not, do talk to committee staff about getting that. The other point, so two other points. So Ms. Pratt, you correctly raised the issue with regards to the rear yard setback and the possibility of an additional minor variance. We did have that chat with Mr. Bays at the very beginning of the meeting because we thought perhaps an adjournment would be required. The answer we got is that in fact, the plans will be revised slightly so that that minor variance is not going to be required. So the intent by the applicant is to stick very narrowly to lot width and lot area, which then Mr. Bays means that we will not be tying this approval to the plans because it is just lot area and lot width. That said, I'm mindful about some of these conditions with regards to tree plans and the commitments. So want to make sure that in making any of those revisions that our forestry people are brought completely along so that if there's any changes required to any of this, that either it comes back as a change of condition to the committee or some other avenue if need be. All right. Okay. I think now is the time for a vote. So then committee members, we're looking at the consent application. So let's start with that. All those in favor of the consent? All right, so for the record, we have 4 members approving or supporting the consent with Mr. White dissenting, correct?
Correct, Madam Chair. I'm consistent with my position on these applications. In the absence of that secondary planning process or something similar that would lead to the appropriate amendments to the zoning bylaw to allow for this type of intensification, this level of intensification, I cannot support the application on the basis that it's not consistent with the general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw as it is currently written, nor is it appropriate for development for the area.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. Then on the minor variance application, all those in favor? All right, again, so 4 members in support of the minor variance with Mr. White dissenting for the same reasons. Now, can we go with that, or did you want to say anything more? All right. Okay, so with that, then, Mr. Bass, you heard that both the consent application and the minor variance application is approved. So I don't believe we need anything more.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and have a good evening to everyone.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bass. All right, folks, so we still have a number of fast track applications. So, and we also have 3 applications for which we're going to request presentations. It is now 8:40. Based on the fact that we're probably looking at another hour and a half going forward, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we're going to break from 8:40 to 8:50, and we'll see everybody back at that point. So just so you know, if you're listening in, the next application once we're back will be application number 21 for 54 Park. We will then hear from application 22 for 6321 Renault Road. And then we will go, those are the two final fast tracks presentations we will be looking for from applications 2 and 3 for 36 Roslyn, followed by application number 14 for 486 Temiskaming, and then applications 5 and 6 for Falaise. So that's the order of the applications to be heard going forward. So we'll see you in 9 minutes. All right, thanks everyone. Welcome back, everyone. All right, just want to make sure that we have all of our members back. Mr. White and Mr. Hindle. Just give Mr. Hindle a minute to come back. In the meantime, we can maybe bring Ms. Bushbaum forward for application 21, 54 Park. All right, I see Mr. Brock Marshall raised a hand. Not sure if that's related to our agent for this evening. All right, so looking to the coordinators, do we have the agent on file for application 21, 54 Park Road?
Yeah, it's me, Brock.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Marshall, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, I don't know why that is.
Okay. Isn't completely obligatory, so let me just read something to you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted first to the property which the application applies? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
For the prescribed number of days before the hearing, and that the sign.
Yes, I did send this in, but I do swear.
I have to read it to you for the record, and then I
Oh,
need
know.
you to respond. So let me just
Okay.
that it was also clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time. And now I need you to swear or affirm it to be true.
I do swear.
All right, thank you very much. So that done. Sometimes what happens, Mr. Marshall, is the stat decks may be submitted, but for some reason don't meet the statutory requirements. And in that case, we still have to do the oath. So I don't know what the glitch is, but we haven't had as much luck getting stat decks in on the online format. So that's okay. We have a workaround, and that's good. So in this case, again, no presentation required from you. Also, no housekeeping items that I can see. So with that, I'm going to open it up directly to the committee members for any questions that they may have on the application. Anyone? All right, I don't believe I'm seeing anyone come forward. I just want to make sure that I don't have any questions. Sometimes I write notes to myself, so I just need to get through some of this. No, I don't see anything that is coming out at me. All right, and on this application, I believe that I have no speakers registered. So with that, then, just give me a moment. Yeah, all right. So with that, I'm going to make a call out to the public. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this application, either for or against, for a minor variance at 54 Park Road? And it's for a garage addition. Don't have anybody from any neighbors. We don't have any written correspondence, none of that. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody come forward. So committee members, then I guess we can go to a decision. This seems pretty straightforward. So all those in favor of the minor variance application? All right, so for the record, the application is unanimously granted, Mr. Marshall. And Mr. Marshall, just so that we have on record exactly who you are, we had Andrea Bushbaum down as the agent for this. Yes. So can I just get from you who you work, so your name we know, who do you work for, and what's the municipal address for that company? Is it the same company?
I work for Duron Services. And the owner of Duron is the owner of 54 Park Road.
Ah, I see. So Okay, so Durham, can you give me the municipal address for Durham Services is, it's not Park Road, then I take it.
No, the address is 2753 Fenton Road.
Okay, all right. And the architect on file was Ms. Bushbaum, but she's not speaking this evening. Okay,
That's
all right, okay. Just wanted to make sure that we have that all clear.
Yep.
Okay, so I believe we've already gone to a vote. We've already granted your application. So I
Perfect.
believe that's pretty much all that we need to make sure that we discuss this evening.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Bye.
Okay. We need to go to next application number 22, which is for 6321 Renault. Mr. Wagger, Barrett Wagger is who I'm looking for as the agent. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of committee.
All right, so we're looking at an application for consent on here. So this application was before us earlier, was that not correct?
Correct. Yes, it was before the committee on December 8th. And based on the comments received from city planning and forestry in the days leading up to that hearing, we decided that it would probably be in the best interest to adjourn to today in order to seek opportunity to retain a specific tree on site.
All right, and how did those discussions go, Mr. Wagger?
Positive to begin with. Originally, we had thought that indeed we could retain the tree in question. Though once more information was brought to light in terms of a servicing plan and grading plan prepared for the site, it reinforced the original thoughts from our arborist, which was that indeed the as of right proposed development for this site will likely result in the loss of what we're describing as tree number 3. That said, we have prepared a planting plan, which does actually provide a net increase of planted trees on site. And we are prepared to provide an additional 3 compensation trees in place of tree number 3, be it private trees or new city trees.
And the staff report then reflects the results of those discussions and the conditions as well?
In part, Madam Chair, there have been a few things which have happened in the last couple of days in terms of reviewing the grading plan or grading and site servicing plan, as well as discussions with our arborist on the feasibility of tree number 3 actually surviving the construction. We feel strongly that the tree is unlikely to survive post-construction, given the amount of work to be done within the critical root zone. That said, again, we are prepared to provide trees as compensation or the value per the tree bylaw, the tree protection bylaw, which identifies $400 per tree. So that would be for a total of $1,200 as compensation. This isn't fully reflected in the report by planning, which is before you, because a lot of it is stuff which has gone on throughout today, actually.
All right, okay, because I'm looking at condition number 6 and it's definitely not reflecting what it is.
So, well, condition 6, actually, I do have, maybe if I could bring up my presentation, it's quite brief. I can run through it very quickly, and then we can bring up, I really only have one requested amendment to condition 6. It's with some of the terminology. Outside of that, we're satisfied with everything else.
All right, so go ahead, Mr. Wagger. If you're telling me it's brief, then go ahead, please.
I'll try to follow through with that. So, this first slide here, basically just showing the site. It's located in Chapel Hill South, and it contains an existing 1960 single detached dwelling on its south half. And on the north half is a number of sheds and basically an open space of undeveloped land. If you can just flip to the next slide, please. Thank you. So surrounding the property generally in the whole area is land that's been recently redeveloped over the last 10 years, I'd say. And this is the Trails Edge subdivision. And essentially what we're requesting is to have this parcel, which was left out of the subdivision as somewhat of a remnant parcel, to sever that in a form which will create 4 new single detached lots on its north half, aligned with the lot fabric of the surrounding Trails Edge subdivision, and then 1 lot on the south half, which will contain the existing single detached dwelling. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in 2021, the site was rezoned from development reserve zone to 2 residential zones. And this was really the first step to prepare the site for redevelopment. The requested consents before the committee this evening were contemplated as part of this rezoning process to ensure relief wouldn't be required again as we come before the committee this evening for the severance. The proposal's going to result in new regularly shaped lots, as mentioned, which are planned for single detached dwellings, 4 of them, which will front onto Enclave Walk to the north, and then with the remainder of the site to contain the single detached dwelling fronting onto Renault on the south. Next slide, please. So the proposed lots and land use comply with zoning and they conform with the planned function for the site. The site is zoned R1Z on the north half and R3Z on the south half. It's designated as general urban area in the official plan, and it's designated for residential development in the applicable CDP. Next slide, please. This slide here shows a submitted draft reference plan and provides a summary of the proposed consents. And as promised, this has been kept brief. This marks the end of my presentation. And in closing, it's our opinion that the requested consents are appropriate, reflective of good land use planning, and they represent a proper and orderly development of the land. As such, we recommend the consents be granted by the committee, and we're happy to take any questions. And
I was looking for trees. Where's your tree plan? That's what we wanted to talk about. I thought you were going to go straight to a tree plan.
They're coming. I just wanted to provide that background context. So if we swap down to slide number 8. Okay, perfect. So originally, like I said, whenever we decided to adjourn this file, it was to seek efforts to retain tree number 3. And this is the tree which in the image on the left, it has a hatching of pink area, if that can be seen.
Actually, to the coordinator, can we zoom in on that a little bit, please?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
So there you go. There's tree number 3. And so we've looked into retaining this, and originally, and you can already see that, you know, we're building within the as of right building permissions for the site. There's no minor variances required for this, and the critical root zone highlighted with the purple line work surrounding that tree. The proposed Unit D house at the corner clearly shows that it is going to impact that tree in the critical root zone. And this was originally our arborist concern that this tree may not survive, and that's why we proposed it for removal and to put in replacement trees either on the private property or in the city right-of-way. We adjourned, we looked into it further. We reviewed the grading and servicing plan with the engineer who prepared it for the rezoning that was done. And essentially the situation got worse based on that. If you flip to the next slide, I have an extract of the grading and servicing plan. And if we're looking almost in the center of the page, there's an arrow, a gray arrow facing to the west. Just to the right of that arrow, you'll see a square box in black. That's a catch basin proposed in the rear yard of that corner lot, which already has the building footprint located in the critical root zone. That catch basin is going to have a 1 by 1 meter basically footprint and about 2 meters in depth. and then it's going to have a drain which extends westward and connects for drainage out into the Compass right-of-way. This is specifically for overland drainage. This isn't for stormwater collected at the foundation of the house. That will be diverted to the North Street, which is Enclave Walk, which is standard. Run it with your other services. This is for rear yard drainage, and based on the grading, we've reviewed it with our engineer. They feel that there is no alternative that will not result in some degree of impact on this critical root zone, which is already being impacted by the building, which does not require minor variances. And so again, we feel there is a sufficient level of evidence to justify removing this tree, and we are happy to provide replacement trees per the tree protection bylaw. In the staff report, you'll see condition 6A. I'll get you actually to go down to slide number 11. So these are the changes we're proposing. The conditions refer to both tree 3 and 4. 4 is a city-owned tree in the right-of-way along Enclave Walk. We're fine with the condition maintaining that tree inside of it. Basically, the condition is to provide securities for this tree. But what we're proposing is to remove tree 4, because again, based on the evidence we have, we don't think this tree is going to survive. And just have it applied to tree number 4, but remove tree number 3, and then also revise the security period from 3 years to 1 year, which is more in line with the standard period for review and release of securities. The 1 year is what you typically see for site plan approvals, and so that's what we would request here as well. 3 years, I think, is a pretty long time frame to require securities for. By that time, you might have a second owner in the house. In any event, I think the owner of the land currently would appreciate the opportunity to have those securities released after a 1 year period if the tree is shown to be in good health.
Mr. Rager, we'll talk about that, but I can tell you that when it comes to things like, and I know this from recent construction of my own, it took a number of years in order to actually see what the impact was on the trees of actually having done construction work near them, and some of them didn't survive, and it wasn't immediately evident in the first year that was going to happen. So we'll talk about it though, because I'm not the expert. We have experts that we can call on to do that. All right. So that said, I'm glad we went through that. So I've got that as an issue that we're going to want to go through. Is there anything else though? So any other questions from the committee before we go there? If not, then we can bring forward, I'm going to ask Ms. Ramirez and Ms. Young to come forward so we can have the discussion on condition number 6. All right, so I just want to make sure we understand this. So we have a site plan that there's been some revisions to since, I guess, the December 8th meeting. Correct me if it's getting late.
I'm jumping in there just so the site plan itself hasn't changed. The plan for the trees has changed. Okay. So yes.
Well, the site plan hasn't changed, but the plans for the trees. So it's really just your contention then, Mr. Wagner, that notwithstanding trying to preserve 3 and 4, really only 4 can be preserved based on your further analysis and your discussions with your arborists. But when these conditions were written, though, I've got to imagine that they were in consultation with Ms. Ramirez and Ms. Young, though, right? So there must have been some consideration at the time the conditions were written that tree was retainable. Ms. Young, I think I'm going to call on you to get your thoughts on that.
Yes. So this new information about the grading and drainage plan came in at 4:30 today. So we were not aware until that time that there were further impacts to that tree. All of this has happened at a time when we couldn't really give a full review. We did speak with one of our city engineers who spoke to the grading and drainage plan that was shown. And that was part of the rezoning application. And we understand that that was at a kind of a high level of review. It was not the detailed level. And so it was anticipated then that there would be more detailed review and likely changes to that plan at the committee stage and also at the building permit stage. So that has not happened from what I understand from speaking with the engineer. So there's been no opportunity to determine if changes can be made to that plan to account for the tree. The applicant is saying that their engineer says nothing is possible, but in my mind, we've identified early on that tree number 3 and tree number 4 must be retained through this, and no changes have been made to the house or to now the grading plan to account for it. So that's what we would be looking for.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing then is that on the basis of information provided to you very late today, we're being asked to consider changes to condition number 6 that nobody from the staff side has had sufficient amount of time to truly review, digest, and then reflect and recommend on. And if that's the case, then Mr. Wagner, then, it's not possible for the committee to deal with these things at the last minute like that. And certainly we're not prepared to deal with it. So the question becomes, do we adjourn it right now to a later meeting to allow for that discussion and that review to occur? Or do we simply proceed on the basis of the condition stands as it is?
Well, with all due respect, Madam Chair, receiving comments from city staff very late in the game doesn't make it easy for us to coordinate reviews on our side. So I can appreciate that, yes, the service and grading report or plan was provided late today. But I also want to point out those are not requirements with these committee applications. They are not. We are lucky that we had a rezoning for this site previously, so we did have that on hand. And I do want to mention that we do actually have our arborist here on the call, and she will attest that even regardless of the servicing arrangement, that tree is likely to die due to the placement of the building. And if that's an as of right location for that building, I would like to understand what authority the city has for us to change that design.
All right. So I don't think it's fair to be into a situation where we're going to get our forestry people and your arborist in an argument in front of the committee about whether or not that tree can be retained. I don't think that's helpful for anybody at this point. So in terms of the authority, though, again, that to me is exactly where we should be ensuring that those discussions are happening with Ms. Young. So I don't believe, because I've heard you say this as of right a number of times during the course of the discussion in your presentation. Our understanding has been to date that in actual fact, where there's an ability now, and Ms. Young, maybe you can tell us exactly, if where that authority comes from. It is, I know there's the new bylaw. I don't want to say what the title is because I'll get it wrong. So if you can tell us what that title will be exactly, then what it is that we are trying to apply here, that would be appreciated for the record and for Mr. Wagner's information.
I am just wanting to confirm which official plan this one is under because I don't have it in my notes. Okay, it's the new one. So under the new official plan, the committee has the ability to refuse applications that failed to provide space and adequate soil volume for existing or new trees. So that is directly from the official plan.
All right. So Mr. Wagner, have you any questions with regards to that?
I certainly have questions. What is the context of the application of that language? Are we talking about for development applications? Are we talking about for ones where it's simply a consent where the building locations and everything are as of right and do not require minor variances? I think additional context would certainly be required there. And I really want to point out one more thing here, which I think is important. If we are to approve the consent with the conditions as laid out, That would require the owner to put up securities for both trees 3 and 4. And the valuation which was provided today to us by forestry for tree 3 is $23,000. It's $23,900. And if our arborist is explaining to us that this tree is most likely to die, and we are advising our client to go ahead and accept this condition, we are essentially accepting him or advising him to forfeit that $24,000. That's not appropriate, especially when the tree protection bylaw lays out compensation of value as $400 for each new tree to replace a distinctive tree. I mean, we're trying to help affordability in this city, and we're trying to, avoid contradictions in city policy for infill intensification. I certainly appreciate the planting of trees, and I want it. As mentioned, we are more than happy to add 3 extra trees to this site. But I think to put someone in a position where they're most likely going to have to forfeit $24,000 is something that this committee should be very concerned about.
All right, so you're quite right, Mr. Wagner. What this committee wants to do is what's in the best interests of the city and what's in the best interest of the applicant. We try to meet that balance. So, but what I think I'm hearing is new information, insufficient review by city staff at this particular point in time, pretty notable changes to the condition being requested. I'm going to go out on a limb, but I got to say, I'm not feeling very comfortable about dealing with this application without getting further information from our staff. So I'm going to go to the committee. Now I'm looking for the committee members to respond to me, and I see Ms. Willis has her hands on. So her hands up. So go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, I have some sympathy with the applicant with regard to the location of that tree based on the presentation we had from staff, where we heard that if you take the building envelope as permitted according to zoning, and if the tree is within that building envelope, it goes. If it's within, I can't remember the distance of the building envelope, then it's debatable as to whether, and it could be a difference of opinion between arborists. But what's clear to me is that there is a difference of opinion, and I would support an adjournment to get the parties together and hopefully come to a reasonable solution. I think everybody would like to save that tree if they can, but if it's impossible, then sitting around a table with the experts all together would add clarity to this situation. We'd have better information on how to proceed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Willis. Ms. Markovich, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that suggestion resonates. The idea of having the parties together and to try and work through that, I think makes good sense. And if a short adjournment can do that, then I think that could be a good way forward.
All right, thank you. Mr. White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it sounds like the recent introduction in particular of the rear yard drainage infrastructure there is throwing a monkey wrench into the process that I don't think anyone has really is up to speed on. And I agree with Kathleen that the engineers and the tree experts, foresters, need to sit down and try and resolve this. It seems to me that introducing that piping in the rear yard makes it pretty obvious that if that has to be the way that the property's drained, that you're not going to have a tree survive with a catch basin lead going right through the middle of the root system. So I think it's a case of we need to have the experts sit down together and come back with something that we can deal with.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Handel?
Yeah, I'm in agreement, I think, with the consensus here. I'm disappointed that this isn't already addressed through the last adjournment, but I think it's clear that short of an adjournment here, that there's going to be ongoing discussions and battles anyway. So I think it's best that we adjourn and let those battles happen before we make a decision here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Handel.
I will jump in because I believe we have an alternative solution. And that would essentially be a minor revision to the wording of the condition which provides us opportunity to have those discussions with city staff for review of a revised, potentially grading and servicing plan. And I think, I believe that's an option that the city has already showed interest in. Mrs. Ramirez can speak to that, and we would be fine with proceeding with that route as well.
All right, thank you for that suggestion. Not sure that I agree though, Mr. Wagner. I have a feeling that there's more discussion that needs to occur. And to be honest with you, that notion of getting some experts around the table and having you really have a good, frank discussion with, and not only that, but understanding the authorities under the AOP, I think that that's going to be an important part of it too. So I don't think it needs to be delayed for long. I'm going to suggest February 2nd. Ms. Young, Ms. Ramirez, is that sufficient time in your mind to meet with the applicant's agent and to continue discussions and come back with a revised report and revised conditions is what we'd be looking for?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I want to say that I have seen other applications where grading and drainage plans have been revised to allow for the protection of trees. I did offer using some language in this condition once the back and forth with Mr. Wagner was going on. And it mimics some of the language that was used in the Côte de Neige application. And it would be the addition of the statement, if the development review manager of the East Branch within planning, real estate, and economic development department or his or her designate determines that tree 3 cannot be retained and protected, the part of the condition that requires the securities would be deemed to be complete. Essentially, that gives us this year to figure out the year of the provisional consent to figure out that tree retention. And I wanted to make clear that staff's preference is that tree retention for tree number 3, but we don't want to set up a situation where if there really is no other way to go around it and that tree has to come down, that we would be amenable to that. But again, our preference is to retain tree 3, and we have had other applications where grading and drainage plans are revised to allow for tree retention. So I don't think that it's impossible. It does require conversations with the arborists and the engineers.
All right, thank you. Ms. Young, looking for your thoughts on this as well.
I think that amount of time should be sufficient. I think it should be enough for us to review. And I don't know if any changes would happen through that would require other variances or anything, but I think it should be doable.
So that to me is the only thing that keeps me from saying, great, let's just do changes to the condition and move on. But the reality is, it looks like there may be changes at the end of the day that will work to everybody's favor. But we don't know that until the engineers and the arborists and the planners all get in a room and look at what the varying possibilities are here. If we write it just into the condition, then I don't know that we've really dealt with the essence of what some of the issues are, even though it is a workaround, but it's not necessarily one that will give us, it's not one that completely eliminates any possible issues. Whereas if we give it time and we come back with something that does work, then we will be dealing with an application that's maybe a little more complete in the sense that, we've really looked at the drainage or something like that. Mr. White, you were going to say something. Nope, you're okay. It's just the hour. Maybe it's, I don't know. So Ms. Young, I'm going to put you on the spot, but if you had your preference, amendment to the condition number 6 or adjournment to February 2nd, what do you think is going to be the best interests of the retention of tree number 3?
I think an adjournment would probably be the best option, just to have time to fully review it and talk to everyone. And then, the revised condition would allow us to address it, but if there's any chance that further minor variances or anything would be needed from the discussion to change the building footprints or anything like that, then I think it's just better to deal with it outside of the approval.
All right.
We're not looking to overcomplicate this application, with all due respect. And I think for the city to propose potential changes to it, which would result in minor variances, isn't in the best interest of anyone here.
All right, so Mr. Wagner, we're just asking you to have a discussion, all right, with the
And
experts around the
we
table.
did entertain one, and we are happy to have another one through the condition. We would prefer that, given the delays already. With construction season coming up in the spring, it would be valuable to us if we could condition that so that we could move forward with it and still achieve the same intent.
All right, so I think 3 weeks isn't gonna change too much with regards to getting on with construction. My preference would be to have a revised report so that I understand how we've addressed this and that I'm comfortable that city staff has had a chance to digest some of this information, which Mr. Wagner, to your point, was submitted like late today. So, all right, so you know what? I'm going to put the vote out and let's see how it falls. So I'm going to ask all those in favor of adjourning this application to February 2nd to allow time for the expert discussion. All those in favor? All right, so for the record, the decision is unanimous. We are adjourning the application to February 2nd. I would suggest that, Mr. Wagner, you get a hold of Ms. Ramirez and get a meeting set up as soon as you can, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of things to discuss in that revised report, and we want to make sure that Ms. Ramirez and Ms. Young have enough time to make sure that report reflects whatever solutions that you come to. So I'm going to wish you good luck then, folks. This is from a panel standpoint, this is a really interesting one. We know some of these new authorities under the official plan, which says that the Committee of Adjustment has the right to in fact refuse applications on the basis of some of these tree issues. And we're just, in all honesty, we're just getting used to this ourselves. We got our first briefing in December. So we're still trying to catch up on it. So it's a good learning opportunity overall for the panel members to ensure that we're doing the right thing and understand what how to proceed with these things. So with that, then I think I've given Ms. Young and Ms. Ramirez their marching orders. We want to see revised reports and we want to see that detail in it, and we want the rationale with the solution. So thank you for that, and we will see you back then February 1st with this application.
February 2nd, correct?
Oh, sorry, February 2nd. Thank you. It is getting late. It's just getting late then, Mr. Wagner.
It is indeed.
Yeah, so and at that point, Mr. Wagner, we'll give you a chance to run through your presentation. All right?
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Okay, so filing that for later. So we've got now back to applications 2 and 3. Mr. Amel is back on Roslyn Avenue. We have Mr. Amel. Not seeing his name come up. Ah, there we go. All right. Hello again. So I need to read something to you before we go too far. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies, that it was there for the prescribed number of days prior to the hearing, and that it was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time? Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
I do affirm that.
All right, thank you. And with that, then, do we have any house? Nope, there's no changes to the application required to the notice. So with that, then, Mr. Amand, go ahead and run through your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair and panel members. We have an application for consent to sever and some minor variances in order to permit the proposed single-family home being proposed on the severed portion of the vacant severed portion of the existing lot. If we can have the first slide, I guess, up. There are two images there that identify the existing house and the proposed house. On the left, the image shows the existing house, which is to be retained, and a proposed new home for the owners to build and to live in on the right. So as indicated, the proposal will be to sever the existing original lot into two lots. We are retaining the existing single-family home to build a new single-family home on the newly created one. The new severance line is set to accommodate the Ontario Building Code limiting distance setbacks and zoning for interior side yard setbacks for the existing single-family home. So part one of the proposal is to create a lot that will be 13.41 meters. And maybe the best thing to do would be to go to package number 4, sheet A1, where the site plan shows pretty clearly the existing lot in purple, the proposed severance line in a dashed blue line, not quite halfway, and the proposed home in turquoise. So each of these lots will be slightly undersized with respect to lot width and lot area. The minor variances are to permit a reduced lot area of 388 square meters, whereas the bylaw in both cases would require 600 square meters. So part one is the lot that is being created for the existing house. We're also asking for a reduced lot width of 13.41, whereas the bylaw requires a lot width of 19.5 meters. Similarly, for part two, that lot is a little bit bigger. It would be to permit a reduced lot area of 493 square meters, whereas the bylaw requires the same 600, and to permit a reduced lot width of 17.03 meters, whereas the bylaw requires a lot width of 19.5 meters. We're also asking for a further variance to permit the roof of the front veranda, i.e. the eaves, and the portico to project 2.6 meters beyond into the required front yard, whereas the bylaw allows for a projection of 2 meters beyond into the front yard setback for a covered veranda. And that 0.6 meter difference is basically to capture the eaves overhang. If we go back to our package number 1, page 3, there is a map there that shows the existing context of the property, which is basically in an R1FF, pretty homogeneous residential area, but it is backing onto a schoolyard, which is the I1A spot zone there, right by the subject property dot to the left of it on the map. It's in City View neighborhood, a block west of Maryvale, and about half a dozen blocks east of Algonquin College, while also being approximately halfway between Baseline and Meadowlands. If we go to package number 4, I think it is, and the last page there, you'll see some images that are a little bit larger than in our planning report. We know that the context of the neighborhood is undergoing a transition. Sorry, page A12. You're getting a sneak preview of the home right now. If we go to A12, there'll be 4 images on that sheet. Thank you very much. The context of the neighborhood is undergoing a transition from established predominantly 1 to 1.5 story modest single family homes on large properties. And we can see that in the very top image. It's a beautiful property. There are a number of these lots, and as we saw in Pied's report, this entire subdivision was built and subdivided to permit single family homes on more than one lot because of the servicing when that subdivision was put into place. Subsequently, the servicing has been upgraded, and consequently subdividing these properties has been ongoing. So that first image shows a typical original single family home, and then on figure 2, and then on to larger 2-story homes with double car garages and covered porches on several properties, or we're showing maxed out homes on unsevered properties. So the second image there is similar, very similar to what we are proposing. There are 2 lots, and these are 2 lots abutting the subject property to the west of it, and they've recently been severed. It's recently been severed in similar size with our proposal, i.e. they're unequal lot widths, the existing house having been retained, and a new home with a double car garage developed on the created lot to the right. The next image shows another way of development that we see happening in that area, where the original existing house was entirely demolished on that property to permit 2 new single family homes constructed on equal sized lots as the original subject property. Each of those homes have a double car garage as well, 2 stories. The bottom image shows perhaps an anomaly, but that single family home is built on 2 existing severed lots. So this building reassembled 2 severed properties to build 1 home. Our approach was to develop the property similar to the second image, to retain the existing house in order to maintain a continuity with the existing fabric of the neighborhood, and to create a brand new home on the severed portion. So now if we go to, and I'll take you through that very quickly, back to package 4, please, if it's at all possible. Page A1. Thank you very much again. As I mentioned earlier, the proposed house is in Turquoise, and I'll focus more on that one. The existing house obviously is existing. It's in line with the abutting buildings. Their front yards are all very similar. The side yard to the west or to the left is existing, and we're creating a property line to the east of that existing home, about 1.5, not quite 1.5 meters, 1.39 or 1.4 meters from the existing side of that building. That property line was established to accommodate the existing windows there from an OBC perspective for limiting distances so that those windows can continue to exist. The remaining lot we developed for a single family home, and they meet all the side yard and rear yard setbacks as evidenced by the dotted yellow line or orange line that you can see running through, for example, the rear deck, the bay window in the back, along the sides, and to the front as well. So the setback requirements have been obviously proportionally being reduced from the original required size of the yard because the property itself is smaller. So those setbacks are commensurate with the size of the proposed lot. We can see to the top of the turquoise house where we've identified the covered veranda with its overhang dotted above that again. And you can see a little square with the green, and that is, I believe, the requirement of the setback that exceeds the minimum requirement, which is at the edge of the porch. Our thinking for the porch is to create a covered area to permit the family to sit out there, to have meals out there, and to connect with the neighborhoods in its public realm, i.e. along the streets, wave to people as they go by and stuff like that. It's a very transitional space and provides a wonderful continuum from public through semi-public to partially protected to fully protected and semi-private, and then ring the doorbell and come in to the house. The development information is all identified on the sheet A2, which you're welcome to read through, but basically we're creating a home that is, again, proportional to the size of the lot while respecting all the required setbacks and performance requirements, including the height. If we go to A6, we'll see an image of the front of the house, which we're proposing. So we can see it's a broad house and meets all the setbacks, including the height, which is very clear there. We can see the garage. We've broken down the garage door with some glazing to help minimize its impact, as well as providing that portico in the front and a bay above it, plus a pier on the right-hand side to set that facade for the garage back and give more prominence to a very strong sense of entry to the home. On the next slide, the next page, we see the side elevation along the porch. The front of the building is to the right. The rear is to the left. We can see that portico. We can see the covered veranda, part of which is beyond the face of the house. Part of it is underneath the second story with a person standing at the railing there, and another little detail around the window in the entry. The rear is, there's a deck there that meets all the requirements, again, for the zoning considerations for a rear deck, We've changed the materials to break down the monotony of that facade as well, and it's punctuated with voids as well. The rear is on the next sheet. With the verandas and port and deck on the right. And
Mr. Amell, I'm going to ask you to wrap up in the next 2 minutes, if that's all right.
No problem. And the next sheet is, let's go to A10, please, and you'll see the house in perspective. Gives you a little bit better sense of it on the land. In conclusion, we feel the four tests, the intent of the official plan is met as the proposal is regenerating an underused lot given the new servicing with the proposed severance of the original lot into 2 lots, and is consistent with the intensification policies that support residential development in the general urban area, and is consistent with the way properties are being developed in the neighborhood. We're also keeping the existing home, maintaining that context. The proposal meets the intent of the bylaw as a single family home is permitted in the R1FF zone, and it meets all the required setbacks and required lot coverages, except for the minor variance for the front canopy over the veranda. The variances are minor in that the lot areas and lot widths for the proposal are consistent with the established developing neighborhood. While the veranda floor surface meets the permitted projection requirements, only the veranda roof overhang and portico project beyond the required permitted projection by 0.6 meters, 2 feet, to provide ample protection for the veranda floor that it covers and is consistent with the upper roof overhang. The required variance is minor in light of it well exceeding the minimum permitted setback of being at least 1 meter from the property lines by more than twice that part of the zoning bylaw. And number 4, those development scenarios that are possible in the neighborhood context that I ran through quickly. The first one, keeping the existing small house and developing a second home proportional to the undersize, in brackets or in inverted commas, severed for both, maintains and is more in keeping with the existing not established neighborhood than either demolishing the existing house and building new equal homes, or to demolish the existing house and build one big single family home. So of the 3 development scenarios, it's clear that the proposed option is the most gentle intensification scenario in the established neighborhood by retaining the existing home and developing a new home proportional to the severed lot, and has no adverse impact. The veranda impact, while the usable area of the veranda meets the required permitted projection setbacks, the portico and eaves, which provide functional overhangs, protection, and announces the entry, have no adverse impact on the streetscape.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hamel. With that, then I'm going to throw it up to questions from the panel members at this point. Mr. Hindle, just want to make sure. Okay, so everybody's back. Okay, questions? All right, so Mr. Hamel, I guess the one thing I would have liked to have seen that I didn't see in your presentation was lotting fabric evidence, how this compares to other lots within the immediate vicinity of what you're talking about. So we're not looking at, 3 blocks away. Really want to get a sense of how that lotting fabric fits into the overall lot fabric on Roslyn. Do you have that?
Yeah, I think you're right, I did skip over it pretty quickly, but it is, albeit quite small, but I guess with the zooming capacities for the PDFs on page 3 of our report, and the images that we showed on page 4 identify where those lots are. So certainly within the landscape, they're there. The overall area, we'd have to zoom into the lot fabric on page 3 of 7.
All right, can we see that, coordinator, please? I really want to get a sense of the lot widths and areas. There's really need to, I can't see that. So, and so to me then, so this really doesn't do it for me, Mr. Hamel, because what I'm really looking for is each lot next door and how, what the width of that is and what the lot area is. So in a comparison of what you're proposing to lots that are immediately in that area. I take it you don't have that, because this is not lotting evidence.
Well, as I indicated, the lots to the west of our property, the original lots were all very similar in size, which is the original size of the lot prior to. Let
me ask you the question differently. Without that. So you're proposing a lot frontage of 13 point whatever. So what was it? 13.41. How many lots within 6 to the one side, 6 to the other side, and in the front are compatible with that 13.41?
I'd have to go back to Geo Ottawa and measure them up and give you that information. I can tell you though that the original lot fabrics were absolutely similar to our size as an average, and the lot immediately abutting ours to the west was the original same size, and that lot has been subdivided into 2 lots of unequal size, both of which meet pretty much what we are within, I would say, half a meter of what we're proposing. The second and third lots to the east are same size lots, the original lots. They have been subdivided right down the middle, so they would be.
But Mr. Hamel, I'm actually looking for the actual numbers, right? I'm actually looking for, it's 14.5, it's 15.2, that's what I'm looking for, right? Because I really need to see how that compares to the 13.41. So all right, so that's okay, because I see that Ms. Ramirez has her hand up. Maybe she has the answer for me. So Ms. Ramirez, come on forward here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The lot next door, 38 Rossland, the frontage is 13.41 meters and the lot area is 388.35. And then 40 Rossland, which is adjacent to it, would be 17.05 meters of frontage, and the lot area for that one is 496 square meters.
So what are you telling me that, in other words, the proposal that's before us now is almost identical to the two lots that you just talked about? Because it really did sound like it. And
Yes.
Do you know whether that was a severance that did exactly the same thing at the time?
It was a severance. I don't have the date in front of me, but what the smaller lot will be restricted with, and it looks like it was sort of restricted in the case of 38 Rossland to a single driveway. And so the smaller lot will only ever be able to have a single driveway, whereas the larger lot will have a double wide driveway, but the smaller lot will only ever be able to have one driveway because of the infill zoning provisions.
Okay, and what were the two municipal addresses again? Just
38 Rossland and 40 Rossland.
All right, okay, thank you. That is helpful. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. That was really it for me in terms of questions. Anybody else have anything they want to, Ms. Willis?
Just on that same line, I'm wondering, I happen to be looking at the plan that was used for the circulation of the notice. And I see across the street as well at 35 Rossland. Ms. Ramirez, do you have the dimensions of the lots across the street, which also look like they've been severed?
So could you repeat the number again?
35 Rossland.
So 35 Rossland, if looking at the lot fabric, it looks like it was an earlier infill where basically involved more properties. And so the lot frontage for that one is 20 meters. And then the lot area for that one is 604 square meters. So 35 Rossland was an earlier infill project. There are a few other lots that are 15 meters of frontage, 24 and 28 Rossland, 21 and 23 Rossland on this segment. But in terms of that 13, the only one that is 13 meters of frontage would be that 38 Rossland.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask another follow-on question, then Ms. Ramirez, come back. So looking at lots 25 and 32, then using that same plan, those look to me to be about the same frontage, then I guess being 30 meters across. Can you confirm that though? I'm actually looking in particular at 25. Wouldn't mind knowing what the frontage of that one is.
The frontage of that one is about 30.4 meters.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, so that was it. Any other questions, Ms. Willis? Nope. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Not seeing that. We do have speakers who are registered, Ms. Wilson and Ms. Pratt in particular. So, and no, I don't think I have anybody else. Just let me check to be sure. That's number 2 and 3. Yeah, no, I've got just Ms. Wilson and Ms. Pratt. So Ms. Wilson, did you want to go first?
Sure, that would be great. I do have to say that this one's a little dear to my heart since I grew up at 41 Rossland. And I do know the measurements of all of those houses down that street. And the one that 38, I think it is the 13-foot one. And that's one that we're going to talk about, because the reason that's so small is because 40 Rossland was not taken down. And if you look at where 40 Rossland is on that lot line, it's right against the lot line. So that's why it had to be like that. So we don't know when that one ever went through. It's an older one, but it snuck through without us even having a say in it. But all of the other houses along that street, 100, 65, 65, 65, 100, 65, 65, 100 on the other side. And then at the very end by the school, you just did one a few weeks ago at 23 I think it is 21-23. So you just gave a 50-foot variance on that one. The next one is the first 50-foot ones that was in our neighborhood. Then there's the 100-foot lot right beside with a small little bungalow, which was in the first picture that he showed, that the gentleman showed tonight. That little tiny house, it's going to have those big, huge windows beside it. Then the property that's being split. And so then I'm going to do my presentation. Okay, so again, we just want to make that comment about, we wish we could talk to people ahead of time so that we don't have to come on here and bring up all these things, because we do have neighbors here and we do have people in our community that are in our association, and we don't like to do this. Anyway, and again, the new OP stuff, we've talked about that in 38, so I won't go into that again, and you have heard that clip it, but I will say, because I do have the time to say it here, is that Councillor Egley was commenting on a letter that we had all sent in jointly, but he commented on it for Fisher Heights because that's in his ward. Councillor Shirelli did make comments later, but we didn't give you the clip of that because we didn't want to give you a whole bunch of stuff. And Councillor Egley is the one that asked the specific questions that got those specific answers. We have been in touch with the city about the official plans, the secondary plans, sorry. There is going to be one that they put a motion forward in the official plan for Baseline Road because of the Baseline transit that's going to be going down there. So it's a joint one for all of us on Baseline Road. We have had meetings about that. We've sent a letter to the minister about that. And we're working on that now, but the city won't be able to work on it until they're talking about the new council. They won't have a work plan in place for a while. And again, the City View plan, even though it's a priority too, they're finishing up Lincoln Fields and Orleans in this term of council, and then they'll get a new work plan for the next term of council. So that, and I'm just trying to answer one of the questions that was asked before. So that's what's going on with the secondary plans. We as a community and are working on that, and we are also working with the other community associations on Baseline for the Baseline Road one. The 4 tests, we know what the 4 tests are, so I won't go into that. Variance on the front veranda, 34 Rossland. It's stated in the variance E to permit the front veranda, eaves, and portico to project 2.6 meters beyond into the required front yard setback, whereas the bylaws permit a maximum projection of 2 meters into the front yard beyond the setback for covered veranda. We'd like to have a reference to the zoning bylaw that would allow such a projection past front covered veranda. We have not seen any similar structures in our R1FF zoning area. To support this variance, the planners claim that the covered porch articulates the front facade and highlights the entrance to the proposed home. Therefore, staff is of the opinion that the minor variance to permit the front veranda, eaves, and portico to project further into the required front yard setback is desirable. The City View Community Association maintains that such a structure is undesirable as it does not fit with the character of the neighborhood. It creates additional impermeable surfaces and reduces the amount of land available for tree planting. In other recent applications, such projections have been denied. The surrounding properties have setbacks that establish a building line along the street. This veranda is not within the building line and therefore is not proper and orderly development of the land. Such an intrusion as this is unwarranted, unnecessary, and incompatible development as it does not coexist with existing development and has an undue adverse impact on surrounding properties. A planner sitting behind a desk at City Hall cannot decide what is desirable for a neighborhood. This variance is undesirable for the appropriate development or use of the property and is not minor. 2 buildings on one. These applications state that the owners want to subdivide their properties into 2 separate parcels of land. One parcel of land with 13.41 meters, 44 feet, which contain the existing detached dwelling at 36 Rossland, and a proposed detached dwelling will be constructed on the other vacant parcel of 56 feet, some 12 feet difference. The City View Community Association is concerned that this property is not being severed into 2 equal parts. In the past, the City View Community Association has seen similar applications showing only 1 new building with the existing retained on unequal sized lots. Yet once the property is severed and the construction is allowed, the original house is subsequently removed. An example of that is 18 and 20 Lotta, which they've used as examples, or the cities use as examples. That was an existing house, but it was taken down. So that's no longer an existing and a new house. It's 2 new houses. 37 and 39 Starwood, same thing. They got severance saying they were going to keep the existing house. The existing house was just taken down. So it's going to be a new house. With these new lots created, the developer has circumvented the approval process for the second lot and no longer requires committee of adjustment approval. Lots of equal size would fit better into the character of the street and the neighborhood, as this is the character of the majority of City View infills. Minor variance lot size. The city planner stated that on this street and within this neighborhood, there are a few examples where the retention of an existing dwelling prompted a consent application to vary lot width and lot area significantly. The following addresses are referenced, and they've got about 5 different references. And I'm not going to read all of the different lot sizes unless you want me to, but I do want to say that those lots that are referred to are all of the ones that had an existing house that was over too far past the 50-foot line. So they needed to have it like 54 feet to keep that existing house. And then the smaller part was what was left. And that's what happened at 38 and 40 Rossland. So again, I won't go through all of those because we've talked about them before. These account, any of those smaller lots that we see in City View, this is what's made it, this is why it's there, is because they've had an existing house, kept it, and then it's been taken down later, or it's stayed there, but it needs a bigger lot. We would like to remind everybody that by approving this consent application, they're creating a small lot of only 388 square meters and frontage of 13.4, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum lot width of 19.5 meters and a lot area of 600 meters. The fellow that was talking before, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, said this was just a small a small change, and it's not. The way this lot is divided into uneven widths tells us that it was divided based on the size and shape of the new build, not the new build being built according to the lot size. This is not the way it's meant to be. That is why we have bylaws in the first place. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw is not being maintained. This existing property has 100-foot frontage, and for severance, there are no hindrances to dividing it into 2 equal lots, as are the other cases referenced by the city planners. Therefore, we consider the variances to the building lots as not minor in nature, and the massing is incompatible development and inappropriate for the area, and a misuse of this committee to circumvent the existing bylaws. And I'll let Jill take over from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Before we do that, to the coordinators, have we lost the applicants? Because I don't see them here anymore.
Yes, Madam Chair. They don't seem to be online anymore, so I'm going to reach out to them now.
All right, so this presents an interest because I think it's important that they hear this, right? So how do we pause on this application, go to the next one, and then come back? Mr. Belmar, what would you suggest we do without our the applicants?
I think that would be a good idea, Madam Chair, to pause until we have the other parties present to hear these presentations.
I think that's what we're going to do. So, Ms. Pratt, Ms. Wilson, if you can hang in there till they come back, we're going to try and deal with application number 14 quickly, and then hopefully our presenters will have a chance to, our agent will have a chance to come back. And then we'll hear from Ms. Pratt, but I'm not very comfortable proceeding at this point without the applicants actually present. We wouldn't otherwise hear an application if that was the case. So All right, that said then, folks, we're moving on to number 14. We're looking at 486 Temiskaming Crescent. Mr. Nguyen. Yes, come on forward, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members.
Good evening. We don't see you, so if you wanted to go, all right, there you are. Okay, I need to read something to you though. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing, and that it was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time? Do you either swear or affirm that to be true?
I affirm that to be true.
Okay, excellent. I think we wanted just a brief presentation. And so Mr. Nguyen, I guess what we really want to see from you is what the original proposal was, and then show us what the change is today.
Okay. I don't know if we have that on file. The original proposal was actually facing I believe the eastern part of the lot. I'm going to ask maybe if my designer is actually on the call, she could pull those up.
Ms. Sanford?
Hi, Madam Chair. Am I allowed to do a screen share?
Yes, you can, if it works.
Actually, only the coordinator can screen share.
Okay, maybe that's probably a safety feature, I'm thinking.
Sure.
So, all right. So no, I guess we won't, I guess we won't be able to do it then. But Ms. Coordinator, so Ms. Byers, if you have by any chance the previous application that you could just bring up the site plan for, so we could see that and then maybe show the new one.
Yes, just a minute, I'll bring it up. Sure, just hold on.
Mr. White, I see you have your hand up, and while we're waiting, go ahead, please.
If I could just be reminded of what transpired on the first application. Was there a decision rendered on that? I just don't recall the details.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, a relief was granted for the footprint associated to the attached site plan in June.
And that is exactly the same variance as variance A. Is that correct?
Correct.
That didn't change. So this fact that the calculation requires that it be no more than 50, that doesn't change because the principal house didn't change. But the new variance is B based on the change in location.
This is the original site plan from the June application.
All right, and the coach house in that case is it's actually facing I'm going to guess that's the western property boundary, if this is north and south. And I'm going to assume that it is. All right. And today then we're looking at it, same size, Mr. Nguyen? Or Ms. Sanford?
Yes, very, very, just slightly smaller. We're at 59.3, I believe, Amanda?
Yeah, that's correct. So we wanted to utilize the square footage that we were allowed in the first minor variance. However, that was based on a prefabricated house. So we just modified the plan within that perimeter. And in doing so, we noticed that there would be a better placement of the coach house on the lot. And then consideration was then given into the fact that it does face a traveled path, which is for variance B.
Okay, all right. And where is the pedestrian pathway then on this?
So this would be on the northern side of the property. So this would be along where I have the dimensions, that is where the travel path would be.
Okay. The driveway, all right, I'm seeing this. The driveways there, those are, so you're looking at, okay, having essentially like walkways to the house. Are those walkways existing right now that we're seeing? Nope, they're not there. Okay, all right. Any questions from the committee on this? On any of the changes? I'm not, I need the gallery view, Ms. Byers, if you're in control here. Thank you. All right, so any questions then about this? So we have a new minor variance essentially to deal with the with Windows issues, right? Okay. And no one has any worries about building code compliance going forward? Okay, all right. Well, if that's the case, then I think we can go, there's no speakers, so I can make the call out to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application for minor variance? Mr. White, is your hand raised? Okay, I wasn't sure if that's from before or now or.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, is there is a bylaw requirement with respect to the location or setback with respect to location of windows? Is there a building code issue here as well? Or has that been addressed? Or is it not an issue?
Sure. So in terms of the window placement, we have addressed it. So you'll see in the portion of the coach house, there's a 777 millimeter setback, and that's going to require no windows on that face. And then the portion that we've checked in, which is setback 1.2 meters from the property line, is going to have windows to help break up a blank wall. And in doing so, what we've agreed with the planner is that we're going to be using a frosted window in the bathroom to add an extra layer of privacy for both the occupants of the coach house as well as people traveling along the path.
Is that a building code requirement for the frosted window, or is that just strictly a zoning? Well, it's not a zoning issue, I guess.
It's just a city recommendation that we think is best to follow.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had the same sort of concerns, Mr. White, so thanks for raising that. All right. So I'm going to go back to the question on whether or not that there's anyone in the audience who wants to speak either for or against, because I don't believe we'd sort of completed that. And nobody did come forward. Okay, so just for the record, we have no speakers. That said, then I guess we can go to a vote, folks. So all those in favor of the minor variance applications? So I think we've got 4 approvals, and Mr. White, you're dissenting on this one?
I had a concern with the application previously. I believe I did not support the original application. In my view, it's not consistent with the general purpose and intent of the bylaws, and in particular the size. I don't feel that this is a minor situation.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. That said, though, we still have 4 members of the panel that have voted in favor, so the application is granted. And I don't believe there's anything further that we need to discuss. Of course, you need to call Hydro Ottawa in order to get your connectivity, but I'm sure you know all of that. So, okay. All right. Thank you very much. And thanks for sticking in there with us until 10:15 at night.
Sure. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do, really. It's a great sign of democracy, and please continue the work that you do.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We don't get an awful lot of that back, so we'll take it. We'll take it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye now. Thanks. All right. And with that, I do not see our previous applicants back yet.
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Hamill is back online. I'll promote him.
Okay. So let's go back and finish this one, folks. Then we can do 5, 15, and 16, and then we'll be done. Welcome back. We lost you.
I know. We lost you too.
Okay. All right. So we're going to Ms. Pratt. That's where we were. So we heard from Ms. Wilson. So Ms. Pratt, you're on.
Hi, good evening. Nancy had asked whether you wanted her to repeat her stuff for the applicant.
I think we lost them just like within the last minute.
Okay.
So I don't think so. I think we're okay.
I want to talk about the elevation plans. They were shown in the presentation, and it showed the elevations for each direction. We had issues with the side elevation plans that clearly showed that there's 3 balconies, decks overlooking the property to the left. This bungalow at 32 Rossland that clearly meets all the bylaw requirements for lot size and front setbacks will clearly be affected by this proposed massive new build. Yet the side elevations on the right of the building have no privacy intrusions. The City View Community Association recommends that the building be flipped to place these balconies on the inside of the property. This would ensure that it fits well within the physical context and works well with the existing and planned function. Compatible development means development that coexists with existing development without causing undue adverse impact on surrounding properties. That's the picture there. With respect to trees, the tree information report notes 2 trees on adjacent properties which will be retained through the proposed construction. While the proposed deck on the new build at 34 Rossman is within the critical root zone of tree 2, however, perhaps by flipping this house design, as we suggested previously, the critical root zone disturbance may be avoided. This has been approved and done on other sites, such as 57 Rossland, and supported by forestry. I'd also like to comment on lot coverage. The maximum lot coverage allowance for the R1FF zoning is 45%. According to the submitted plans, it seems that this application has 57.48 lot coverage. We're not sure whether this calculation includes the garage area, the rear deck terraces, the stairs, the steps, and front covered veranda and portico. Well, we please ask that you confirm the lot coverage to ensure that it doesn't exceed the 45%.
All right, we'll come back to that. So I'm going to let you complete and then we'll come back to that.
Okay. With respect to the relocation of the driveway at 36 Rossland, per the private approach bylaw, a permit is required if an owner wants to construct, relocate, alter, or close their driveway. The owner should contact the right-of-way permit office, is what the planners recommend. If the lots were split to fit 2 50-foot lots, there would be enough room to have a driveway. We remember that the driveway was a critical point for the development of 29 David Drive. There should be more consistency between the properties. With respect to the infrastructure, the submitted plans show an existing drainage ditch. In this case, there are no other conditions.
I think we've lost Ms. Pratt. At least we've lost her audio.
You want me to pick it up?
Yes, if you could, please.
Okay. I think we were talking about the infrastructure. In the submitted plans and existing drainage ditches shown, we note that with consent applications, conditions can be applied. In this case, there are other conditions being imposed on the consent application if approved. A further condition should be included to ensure that the existing drainage ditches retained and culverts are installed under the driveways. So we're just asking that there's another condition added. And then in conclusion, planning stated that the staff is satisfied that the plan of subdivision of the land is not necessary for the proper and orderly development of the land. The City View Community Association fails to see any reason for such a statement for a single infill house. Thank you for listening to our concerns and our suggestions.
All right, thanks, Ms. Wilson.
And I
Okay.
just one other comment is the pictures that were shown earlier. I think I said this, but the little house that was at the top is the house that's beside it. It's going to be up against that wall of balconies and everything. And the one that was at the bottom is on a 65-foot lot. It's not a smaller lot. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. I'd like to get back, though, to then just responding to a couple of things that Ms. Pratt and yourself have raised. So, Ms. Ramirez, on the lot coverage, so we do not have a minor variance before us for lot coverage. Given the massing of the house, I'm not surprised that a question has come up. Can you confirm that you've done the calculations and that, in fact, that 45% lot coverage maximum is being complied with?
Thanks for the question, Madam Chair. Per the plans, the lot coverage for 34 Rossland, which is the proposed building, will be 37.9%. Projections are not included in the calculations of lot coverage.
All right, so 37.9%, so fairly well under the 45 is what I'm getting. Okay, all right. On the suggestion that we have ditches be installed under the driveways, it's not a condition. Is that, given some of the comments we've had about previous applications, is there a condition that we should be adding with regards to that?
Madam Chair, grading is reviewed as part of the consent application, and it's again reviewed as part of the building permit. That is where the detailed review happens. Very detailed review at building permit, but we still do a review at the consent phase. And so if there are existing ditches, that will be the direction will be to maintain those ditches and culverts.
Okay, so Ms. Wilson, I want to understand this a little bit better. You're telling me that there's no culverts where those ditches are being maintained as part of development for infill?
I guess Jill's not here, right? There's a ditch underneath the driveway that is existing there now. There's no existing driveway for the new place. So in City View, we're supposed to have ditches. So it should be that's a bylaw. So that should be written in as a condition that they follow that bylaw. And there is a ditch review process going on right now to make sure that we do have the ditches, and when people put it straight across with no culverts or anything under the driveways, which they're doing in all of the new builds, they're going to have to take them up and put ditches in, so they might as well do it right at the beginning.
Shocked, actually, to hear that those culverts aren't being put in. How can that not be a requirement? It's a little bit bizarre.
That's why we're asking for it to be a requirement, because we watch it all the time, and we send pictures into the city all the time. And all we get back is we're doing a ditch review program and we're going to fix that later. So that's why we're saying it should be done at this stage so that they're put in and we don't have to go back, because every time they don't put one of those in, it screws up the flow of water for the rest of the street. So we have flooding, we have water pooling, we have all kinds of things because they put the front yard is flat and the driveway is flat and there's no culvert under the driveway and there's no ditch. So that's why we're asking for that to be a condition.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. White, I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, with respect to the ditch infilling in that community, it's been a problem for many, many years. A lot of it happens because of issues of follow-up inspections that don't occur. It can only really complaint-based issues that and something that happens a lot of times after the fact that these developments get underway. It's really an inspection issue as well as a regulation issue. I don't know how you solve it.
Get them to put the culverts in the way they're supposed to do it. So it's a little bit surprising to me that sort of the complaint mechanism from neighbors that wouldn't automatically happen. Anyway, okay. Any other? So, Mr. Armel, I just want to finish the public portion. So you can't hear me. Why is that? Why is that keep doing that? So I think we're going to go, I just actually want to complete the public portion at this point. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak either for or against this application? Okay, and I'm not seeing anyone. All right, come forward. So it's so at this point, we're going to deliberate. Panel members, is there anything that you would like further information about or that you want to discuss before we move on to a vote? If you're good, we can do the vote. All right, let's move on then. On the consent application, all those in favor? All right. So for the record, both Member White and myself are dissenting on the consents. I don't believe that, in my case, I think it's a zoning issue again. I think that I haven't been convinced that in fact, it's in keeping with the intensification that's been in the area. Mr. White, go ahead if you want to give your rationale as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I've been consistent on these applications. I don't feel that the applications are minor. This application is minor. It's inconsistent with the provisions of the zoning bylaw that have been in effect since 1962, and consequently, it's not consistent with the general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaws that currently stands. I think the community association has pointed out a lot of reasons why this neighborhood needs to have the secondary planning process that apparently has been recognized as a priority, but is apparently not being recognized as such in the positions that are being taken by the planning department reports. Again, I'm opposed to this application.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. On the minor variance applications, all those in favor? All right, so again, same result. Both Member White and myself are dissenting, but we do have 3 panel members approving this application. So, and my reasons in this case is I don't believe that the proposed massing is in keeping. Proposed massing and the setbacks, for example, on the portico and some of those elements are in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and are not appropriate or desirable. Mr. White, your reasons?
Same reasons, Madam Chair. Not consistent with the intent of the bylaw.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Hamel, the applications, though, from your side, of course, are approved. So you do have a list of conditions that you'll need to fulfill. You've read through them. You're okay. And that Hydro Ottawa has had some comments as well with regards to a service meter. You're aware of all those comments. All right. Okay. In that case, yes, Mr. Hamel.
As the previous applicant for City View requested, I would really love to get a copy of Ms. Wilson's comments. It's the first that I've heard of them. We've done quite a bit of due diligence in terms of reaching out to the councillor and to City View at least twice with no response. Quite a while ago, prior to our application, in an effort to get their comments. So we didn't know what else to do. We reached out to Mr. Shirelli's office and also to see if he could put us in contact with the community association, to no avail. We didn't even get a response from Mr. Shirelli either. So I'm very disappointed that we weren't able to sit down with the community association, a while ago or anytime actually. So I'd really love to have a copy of their, important concerns. We do, development in many communities, and I kind of concur that when secondary plans are available, it makes things a lot more transparent and a lot easier, I think, to comply with those provisions. In this case, we didn't have any. So yeah, if I could get somehow a copy of those, I would be very much appreciative of that. And thank you for your deliberations. I know it's late in the evening for
We're
everyone.
not done. We're not done yet. We still have one more to go. So,
Oh, dear. Sorry.
so
Thank you very much.
But I want to make sure that you do get those, get a chance to speak with, or get the comments from Ms. Wilson. I see Ms. Wilson, you have your hand up. Have you got a suggestion for us?
Well, we can get those comments, or you can get the comments to these fellows, but we have not been reached out to at all about this property. And we deal with our counselor's office all the time, and we have not been told from the counselor's office that there's been any questions either. So I find it strange that both sides we haven't heard from. So that's all I have to say, is that we check our email all the time, and we are always on top of our committee of adjustment stuff. So if people, and we asked that earlier in the 38 Côte de Neige one, is that we like to sit down with the developers and talk to them. We've always encouraged that, and we actually think it should be a condition in the application that they do talk to us. But we're not hard to get a hold of. cityviewassociation@gmail.com, or we have a website, or we have a Facebook page. So I don't know how it could have been missed, but thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you, Nancy. We will endeavor to do that. It's also my modus operandi. Having been on the committee years ago, I know how important these conversations are. We reach out to community associations and councillors well prior to us even making application. We confirmed. I confirmed with my office manager that she used your website to connect with you in the connect tab twice, and nothing back, and the same thing with Councillor Shirelli. So I don't know what happened there, but I can assure you that typically we do reach out to the communities on all of our applications. Anyway, thank you very much.
Maybe we can still sit down and discuss some of the things, and maybe when you get to the building permit stage, maybe a few little things can change.
I'd be delighted to.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, we certainly, from the committee standpoint, we love it when we hear that that both sides are willing to work together. So thank you, Mr. Hamel, and thank you, Ms. Wilson and Ms. Pratt, for participating tonight and advancing some of those discussions. So thank you. Good luck with the project. And for the committee members, we have one more. So hang tight. At applications number 15 and 16. Looking for Mr. Segreto on 1108 Falaise.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Segreto. I guess I'm going to look for, before I do that, let me just read this to you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted first at the property to which the application applies, that it was there for the prescribed number of days prior to the hearing, and that it was clearly visible and legible for the entirety of that time? Do you either affirm or swear that to be true?
Swear it to be true.
All right, thank you. Committee members, I'm a bit tempted to say at this point, how about we go straight to just questions from Mr. Segreto? It's getting quite late. Rather than a full presentation, can we do that? But before we go there, we do need to do a housekeeping change on this, Mr. Segreto. So I understand that we are striking variance number C, is that right?
There's no variance C, there's just the variance A and a variance B. There might have been a potential C, but that has been resolved with the planner with respect to the front facade of the garage door. But I believe Christina can answer that if she's around.
Miss Cully, can you confirm?
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, there's no proposed changes to the public notice, and the variance that Mr. Segreto is speaking about is not required given the revised plans.
Okay, all right. So committee members, let's go to questions on this, on either the consent or the minor variance. Any issues, anyone? Anything you want to know more about conditions, anything, Ms. Willis?
Just wondering, Madam Chair, if Mr. Segreto can do a lot fabric, just the street, the vicinity of the application, show the lot fabric adjoining properties.
Unfortunately, the lot fabric I don't have. The only thing that I do have is I do have some photographs of similar houses, not on the street itself, but in the vicinity of the neighborhood. If you can just quickly go to some of these photographs, basically it's 9A and 9B Inverness. That's the subject property that we're looking at right now. The single family, that's the Severance. This is the proposal of the two singles. Again, the site showing, yeah, these ones here. These are two houses or two similar projects that have been done in the neighborhood. And these were done approximately 3 to 5 years or so ago. 9A and 9B Inverness, as you can clearly see, they have a lot width of 12.5 meters and a lot depth of 48 meters. And then if you go to 1152 and 1154 Normandy, again, you'll see a lot width of 9.91 and a depth of 79.64. This lot is a very, very big lot. It has a frontage of 81 feet and a depth of 266 feet, a total lot area of 21,630 feet. They are very deep. An average lot in the city, if you look at an average lot in the city, it's roughly 50 by 100, which is 5,000 square feet. These lots that I'm proposing in front of you here today are double that size. I feel that this development is a development that is in keeping with the neighborhood, even though the lot widths are a little bit shorter. Again, the function of these lots for these two single family dwellings is still good, still practical, and it still works. And I'm just reading from the planning report that says the intent of compatibility is to allow for development that, although not necessarily in the same or similar to existing buildings in the vicinity, can enhance and establish community through good design and coexistence with the existing development without causing undue adverse impact. And that's the position that I have on this application, which is in front of you here today. The two-story single-family dwellings are 4-bedroom units. I think they're around 22 to 2,400 square feet. There is evidence of other homes that are similar to this in the neighborhood, not on the street, but in the neighborhood there is.
All right. Ms. Markovich, I see you have some questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question actually for city planning staff, just sort of building on Member Willis's question. I'm looking at the circulation map for this, and it looks like 1104. I'm just wondering if you happen to have the lot width dimension for that property.
Eleven one four, Member Markovich?
It's 1104, so 1104.
82 feet. Is similar.
Oh, that's the property. I was wondering why it wasn't in my notes here. That one is zoned differently, which is why it was excluded from the review of the properties for the actual report. So in the report, it speaks to the properties that are zoned R1FF because that is the zoning for the property that is being considered. The zoning for 1104 is R2M, and that appears to be through a zoning bylaw amendment.
Oh, all right. That's interesting. Are they just those two parcels?
Correct.
Isolated?
Yes.
So everything around them is the R1FF?
Yes.
But those two?
That's right.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions then, Ms. Markovich? No? Okay. So, all right. Well, I'm not seeing any more questions, so I'm going to go. And I don't, oh, I do have a speaker for this item. I believe I'm looking for, let's see, applicant, that's number 15 and 16. Just bear with me for a moment. Yeah, we have, all right, I'm looking for Alex McCauley. McCauley, I guess. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting a little bit late, so I'll try and keep it brief. I did want to let you know I'm resident Falaise, and my background here is actually professional engineering, and land development. Maybe my primary concerns speak to more this secondary plan issue that our neighbors on the City View neighborhood seem to be, but what we've got sharing here is basically the original plan of subdivision for this neighborhood. This was created back in the 1950s with 232 residential lots. Through multiple severances over the years, we now have close to 400 units on the same piece of land, plus 2 churches that were not on the original plan of subdivision, plus a school. This neighborhood is similar to City View in that there is roadside ditches, which have been infilled on an ad hoc basis throughout the years, which does not really have seemed to be enforced by City of Nepean or City of Ottawa. This is an ongoing issue: stormwater management, storm drainage. Again, that's my background. That's what first comes to me when we talk intensification. So, and like the proponent, several of these lots have undergone expansions, either additions to the existing house, I'm in one of those, or completely brand new builds, tearing down the existing house and rebuilding these 3,000 to 4,000 square foot footprints. It appears that the grading and drainage requirements are generally not being met. My house is a case in point in that. Neighbor put up a new 4,000 square foot footprint, raised the grade, graded it towards my house, and we had several floods. Basement flooding is a not uncommon event here. Backyard flooding is an annual event. Every spring, rear yards have standing water in them for 6 to 8 weeks. That renders portions of these yards unusable. The proponent's property is no exception to that. In particular, with the rear yard neighbors on Phillip having raised the grades, it just makes matters worse. This is also an issue with road drainage, having the roadside ditches being filled in, this lot included, with no municipal storm sewers in the area. Results in standing water in roadside ditches where they are available. This property drains towards Phillip. That Phillip roadside ditch has water in it almost year round. And there's enough water in that ditch right now that as of yesterday, there was still liquid water in that roadside ditch. So this is a significant issue. These lots are having more and more hardscape, substantial increase in the amount of runoff than this roadside ditches were accounted for. In some cases, this is 4 to 5 times more hard surface. This is substantially more water than these systems can handle, which is why we have basement flooding and surface water flooding. I know the City of Ottawa sewer design guidelines for infill development require engineering studies that demonstrate no adverse impact. I've shared a couple photos here with the panel as to a typical roadside ponding during a small rainfall event. The one on the left here, where you can see the 1108 Fillets lot. And we've got water in it after about a 10 to 15 millimeter rainfall event. This is quite typical after every rainfall event. And the photo on the right is typical rear yard flooding. This is an area that is the width of these lots, so 20 meters wide by 20 to 30 meters across, and as much as 0.3, 0.4, and in some cases half a meter deep. We're not talking little occasional puddles, we're talking standing water that is enough to float a canoe in. That was kind of my first introduction to this neighborhood, our first spring when we moved in. By adding all these additional houses without any changes to the infrastructure, this is just exacerbating the problem. That's the runoff perspective. The other major concern with infrastructure is fire protection. City of Ottawa requirements for fire protection have hydrant spacing requirements. The system has to meet fire underwriters' guidelines for fire flow. The hydrants in this neighborhood are spaced close to 200 meters apart. This property happens to be right in the middle. Therefore, reduced fire flow. With these reduced setbacks, the fire calculations require including all adjacent units, which results in required fire flows that the existing system, those existing hydrants, are not physically able to provide. The other concern is tree removal. This neighborhood has a lot of mature trees. They seem to be removed regularly on an annual basis, whether through negligence of builders. There's several on Phillip, including a very nice mature maple that I imagine was supposed to be retained, but was damaged, significantly damaged during construction and removed. There's 2 trees on Phillip within the last 2 years. And again, even on Fillets, there's more trees that were taken down this year for some new development, Fillets and Leona. On this one here, we've got multiple distinctive trees that would have to be removed to fit this building. Even minor changes, such as flipping the driveway, would allow the distinctive tree in the front yard to be retained. That would be a minor change. The distinctive trees in the rear yard, there's multiple that would appear to have to be removed. And these smaller rear yards just don't honestly permit the size of new trees that this neighborhood is well regarded for. So I know there's requirement for tree information report. I haven't seen anything on that. And is there any requirement? Is the city enforcing serviceability studies, anything that shows that the existing system has the capacity to service this intense development? That's probably a city staff question rather than committee of adjustment, but there's significant concerns here with the existing infrastructure being able to sustain this intense development. This is part of a development that has now added more than 140 units. This is essentially a brand new subdivision that's being added with no changes to the city's infrastructure since 1950. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCully. And just to respond to your last point there, that's actually been one of the concerns that the committee's had over time is, is the city monitoring the impacts of intensification on the serviceability aspects? And the answer we got was yes, we do give that a review. Part of everything we do is to look at it sort of in that in that vein. That said, though, it's pretty clear to us that there are some misses that that are occurring for whatever reason. So, in those cases, what we've suggested to residents like yourself is make sure your community association's involved, get to your ward alderman, push them to get those analyses done so that those answers are provided. Now, that said, we did meet with city staff. I don't think it was the last time we sat down with them, but I think it was maybe the time before. So we try and meet with city staff 4 times a year to hash out some issues that we're seeing where people are coming to the committee and are talking to us about these things, right? So we want answers too. We want to be doing the right thing. So, what we've been told is that now that the official plan is out of the way, they're really going to turn their attention to the infrastructure master plan. So there has to be an ability for people to get involved in that process. And what I would do is maybe, I don't know if it would be possible for Ms. Cully maybe to get your email or something and find that right person. Who's the manager that's going to be heading up that infrastructure master plan review? That would be the person that you should talk to find out how you can get involved in it. And I would suggest, like I said, if you have a community association, that's always helpful as well. So I don't know if that's of assistance, but certainly we do hear, and your pictures are very compelling. So thank you for providing those.
Thank you.
All right. So any questions from any other member for Mr. McCauley on this? No? All right. So I'm going to make just a call out generally to see if there's anybody left at this time of night who might want to speak to this application either for or against, and now would be your chance. So if there's anybody else who hasn't registered and are interested. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else come forward. So that's the public portion of our hearing then is complete. So committee members, that means it's your chance to get any further clarification or ask any questions before we go to a vote. All right, not seeing anybody come forward. So if that's the case, then on the consent application, all those in favor? All right, so on the consent, for the record, 4 members are supporting and 1 member is dissenting. Mr. White, would you like to give your reasons?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very similar. Mr. McCauley made a very appropriate presentation, I believe, with respect to the issues in this neighborhood. It's a very similar situation, as he pointed out, to the City View circumstances. I think we've got a situation where the design and intensification objectives of the official plan are not reflected in the current zoning bylaw provisions, which have been in existence for many, many years and have not been reviewed, nor has the neighborhood been subject to any significant analysis of the capability of the neighborhood to absorb the kind of intensification that's being carried out through the committee of adjustment process, as opposed to more appropriately being the subject of secondary planning and zoning bylaw reviews. I mean, on that basis, I just don't see this as being the variances required here being minor, nor consistent with the general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw. And I don't feel that this type of development with the size, with the dimensions of the lot frontages that are being provided and the size of the lots with respect to the intensification that's resulting is appropriate for the community at this time. I'm looking forward to hearing more about the process of the secondary plan reviews and the infrastructure master planning that presumably will be going on in the future, which may be able to justify some of this. But in the absence of the amendment to the zoning bylaws, I cannot support the application.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. I think actually you've just convinced me that I may change my vote on this. It won't affect the outcome, but I think that for the same reasons that Mr. White has outlined, I think I am going to switch my vote to an opposition as opposed to support for the severance application. All right, that said, I'm going on to the minor variance application. All those in favor? Okay, so I guess same situation then, in this case. If I'm not going to support the consent, I'm not supporting the minor variance either. And my reasons are that I don't think that what's being requested is compatible with what's in the neighborhood today. And so for that reason, it's not in keeping with the zoning bylaw. Mr. White, would you like to add anything at this point?
I don't think necessary, Madam Chair. I think I summarized my concerns previously.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Segreto, the applications, though, as you know, majority wins. So both the consent application and the minor variance applications are approved. There are a number of conditions, as you know, that are part of that, as well as the number of comments that have been provided by technical agencies. I take it you're familiar with everything. You've had a look at it and there's no issues.
Yes, I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Then with that, thank you very much, Mr. Segreto and Mr. McCulley, for hanging in there till, oh my God, almost 11 o'clock at night. We don't have too many of these, but when we do, there are doozies. So thanks for your participation. And with that, I guess we can come to the conclusion of the hearing overall. So I need a motion to adjourn. Ms. Willis, seconded by Mr. Hindle. Mr. Hindle, you're very fast on that. So the hearing is adjourned for this evening. And before we go, as always, thank you to planning staff, Ms. Young, Ms. Ramirez, Ms. Cully, for always supporting us and providing us with the answers that we're looking for. And also, again, thank you to our committee staff, secretary, treasurer, and our coordinators. It's late. You've all had a long day. So thanks for your dedication. And we'll see you all again on February